Okay, I'm only going to answer two questions. One is the why I organized this event, and second, I want to visit Alibaba in Hangzhou this January, and then I posted this photo on my Facebook timeline. And then Aleyda reached out to me on Facebook Messenger saying, "Do you know any of digital marketing events happening in China?" I haven't asked her that if she see my photo or not, but I guess that she saw my Facebook timeline and asked me this question, so I replied her, and that is how this conversation started. So, too long, do you know TDDR? Anyone know? So too long didn't read. 长话短说. So I connected Aleyda Solis with one of my former colleagues. He is also the organizer of Net Concept. And then they set up for a session. And later, she also wanted to visit Alibaba and see if there any way to give a talk to the SEO team in Alibaba. And then later, the conversation goes to, why not you come to Shenzhen, because we host monthly SEO meetups. And then she said yes. And later I asked her, look, I think it's one day when we were in Chengdu, and I asked him, why can't we just organize a conference and make it bigger? And then Luke says yes. That is why we say, let's do it. Yeah. So we started the planning, and the planning, and the planning. And here we are. That is why everybody of you is sitting here right now. So very simple about our goals, only two goals. First of all, is not to make money. Those are readers who know me well, you know that my goal is not to make money. The goal I opened up, this SEO action blog, is not to make money. So don't put this as well. And I don't want to sell you anything, because I really don't have any product or services. So this is a pure non-commercial conference. And the only goal is to create a community that connects the Chinese entrepreneurs who are specialized in internet marketing and SEO. And then we want to connect you with the others, the peers from international. There's a word I mentioned a lot of times in Chinese, 走出去请进来, or 请进来走出去. So English means bring in, go out. We will bring in international guests, which is why we are doing right now. And then we also encourage people in our country to go outside, check out what's happening in Southeast Asia, because there are a lot of digital marketing conferences. And then Luke and I, and we have a bunch of guys, will go to Bali for the DMSS conference and the Shanghai SEO conference in November. So this is also a conference to share, to help, and to give. So if there's any code of conduct, this is the code of conduct. And speaking of giving, I have an important announcement to make. But first I want to play a game with you. Anyone know what this means? Number, right? No? It would be weird if you know what I'm going to talk. If I add this, that's money, right? So, 37,200. Yeah, this is simple math. Anyone know what is the price of our early bird ticket? 早鸟票价格多少？248. That is why we have 248. And we set the early bird tickets to be 150, the number. So adding up, it's 37,200. And converted into US dollar, it's 5,400 something. Oh, looks like I can only click here. Look. No? Okay. Anybody know who is Eric Ward? Raise your hand if you know. Oh, quite a few. So you know that I'm a big follower of Eric Ward. He's more like a SEO mentor to me. And then I wrote a blog post to memorize it back in 2 years ago. I think many of our readers know this. Yeah, this is now all the early bird tickets will be donated in memory of Eric Ward. For his legacy, for his contribution to our SEO industry, and then he's probably one of the best link strategists in the world. Link strategies means link building strategies. Yeah, so white hat oriented, that's also my value, 价值观. And then I reached out to Mrs. Melissa Ward, and she directed me to this foundation. It's a non-profit called Brain and Health Research Foundation. In short, it's BBR Foundation. And then they received my donation. This is a confirmation. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
我要开始问你们，谁读过这本书 ？SEO 4讲1码 ，OK？ 不少人 ，OK？ Lots of people have read this book. The author is here with us today. As SEO continues to evolve, it's important that we reflect on how far we've come so that we know where we're headed. Our next guest who is going to speak, he is the author at SEOZach.com and a prominent SEO consultant. Please give a warm welcome to Zach.
Shenzhen， 然后有一点不同的是，以前开会这边都是大部分都是讲中文啊、百度啊，然后这次开会纯英文的，不提百度，不提中文，这是一件挺好的事儿。然后一来开会就感觉到参加这个会的气质会和参加中文的这个有点不太一样，一开始就这么热烈会鼓掌什么。参加中文的时候一般都比较害羞。今天讲的题目是首先是我就不讲英文了，我英文也不太好，然后外国同学就凑合点吧。这个 PPT 是英文的，大概是能看的。今天讲的是 Google 的算法的一个变迁。那么做 SEO 的，尤其做英文 SEO 的，肯定对 Google 的算法不说耳熟能详吧，也是至少都会听到的。所以今天讲的大部分内容，可能在座的很多都会至少听说过，然后有的可能很了解。那么了解的就做一遍复习，不了解的可以大致上可以看一下做英文 SEO、Google SEO 这么多年以来的一些演变。首先呢，这个说是算法，也可以说是算法，但是这个是很长时间不太变的。然后，但是有一些呢，是我觉得存在一些迷思，不一定很多人都很清楚 Google PR 到底是怎么回事，现在有什么作用。然后 PR 值是不是现在不起作用了，还是继续起作用？然后 Google to-bar PR 是怎么回事？那么有一些呢，我觉得可以提一下。所以这第一个是 Google PR 的一些迷思。首先，这个 Google PR 的简化的一个公式。那么前面是 E 减 D，D 是一个阻尼系数，大概是通常认为是0.85左右。所以1减0.85剩下0.15。后边同样是0.85乘以后边一个求和公式。那么 U 这个配置的 PR 值是链接向它这个页面的所有的这些 V1、2一直到 V 这些页面的 PR 值除以这些页面上面的指向外部的一些链接组数，也就下边那个 N。所以上边那些 PR 值，一个页面的 PR 值。如果页面上，比如说有10个连向外部的，那就除以10，分成10份，那么给它1份，给这个 U 1份，然后把所有的这些链接求和。那么大致上这是应该是一个连续的一个计算，迭代的一个计算。那么刚开始的时候可以给这个PR 值 U 或者 V 给它赋一个随便一个值，那么通过迭代计算以后，它会稳定下来，稳定到一个值。那么一定是 迭代计算，所以这个计算量是蛮大的。那么刚开始Google都是线下计算，然后再重新上线，这都是线下计算，不是实时计算。那么下面这是大概的一个例子。这个就网上有很多怎么计算，比如说几个页面的时候，大概一步一步迭代是多少数，这都有，网上都有例子，大家可以看一下。那么第一个迷思 ，Real PR 和图霸 PR 到底是什么？这个图霸 PR 是我们看，在我们所能看到的都是图霸 PR， 也就是工具条 PR， 也就是浏览器上支持这个 Google PR 值显示的浏览器的一些插件。我们看那个绿色的那个条，这个是 Google 自己的，那么它 PR 值是10，所以图霸 PR 值是0到10，有这么一个范围。10 PR 值的可能应该全世界不到10个吧，大概。Google 自己是，然后 Adobe 那个下载页面，然后包括雅虎都不是10，雅虎好像是9。那么我们可以看到 Google PR 我们所能看到的这个图霸上面的是0到10，但是我们再翻回去看这个计算公式，实际上真正的 PR 值，大家想一下的话，它不会是0到10，它没有上限的，它后边是一个求和公式。如果在索引库里边的页面越来越多的话，那么它求和以后不会收敛在10上面，它一定是没有上限的，而且至少这个 PR 值是0.15的，前面有一个1减 b， 它是一个常数，0.15都是0.15以上，然后上限是无限的。那么我们为什么看到的 PR 值都是一个0到10的一个数？所以它一定是把从0.15一直到没有上限的那个值，真正的 PR 值，把它map 到这个映射到0到10这么一个 Google PR 值。所以大致上应该是一个log 这么一个指数，给它做一个映射。所以我们看到，如果 PR 值是0到1的时候，那么它的真正的 PR 值可能是2到12，就是下边前面这一部分曲线。那么0到1、0到2的时候可能会比较简单，它真正的对应的这个真正的 PR 值并不是很高。但是你要再往后去曲线的后边的时候，再想到8、9、10的时候，它所真正对应的真正的 PR 值那个范围是非常大的。所以从0到 PR3一般是很容易就做到，但是你要过了5、6再想往上的时候，和0到1的0到3的时候那个难度不是一个线性的指数，它是一个 log 的一个指数。所以这个好多人会觉得PR 值一说就是0到10，其实不是0到10，真正的 PR 值是0.15到无限。然后 PR 值这个名称 is not the rank of a page， 它不是一个 page 的 rank， 虽然叫 page rank， 它实际上是 Larry Page rank， 是这个创始人马里佩奇，他的名字叫 page， 所以这个真正 PR 值的名字它应该叫佩奇指数，佩奇指数，而不是页面指数。只是我们刚好一个巧合，它叫 page， 然后页面也叫 page， 所以把它叫我们可能很多人认为这个是页面级别。其实不是页面级别，就是这个人发明的这个值。再一个，这个 Google PR图霸 launch 的时候是2000年，它开始我们能看到。然后2016年4月份的时候，图霸开始就不更新 PR 值了，那么它那个接口就关掉了。所以我们现在所能看到的最新的，也就是16年4月了。后边就再也没有什么新的，应该还有一些网站、一些工具可能会显示当年的那个最后的那个值。但是呢，真正的 Google PR is not that， 也就是说，它虽然不输出这个图霸的 PR 值了，但是真正的 PR 值在算法里边还是一直在用的。那么它的真正 PR 值一直在计算，一直在使用，在算法里边一直都是应该说还是很重要的一部分，只不过是不显示给我们看。所以网上会有很多人说PR 值已经死了什么之类的，其实并没有死，只是我们看不到而已。然后这是真正开始 Google 的算法的更新。然后最早 Google Dance Days， 大家肯定都知道Google Dance， 现在很多人还在说如果算法有更新或者排名有巨大的变化的时候，还会有人说要开始 Dance。那么这个名字就是从最早的 Google 算法的更新，它就叫做 Google Dance。那么 Google Dance， 当然首先也是来自于当初开这个 SEO 大会的时候，那个最早是 SES 这个会的时候， 开会的不知道哪天晚上 Google 赞助了一个 party， 这个 party 叫 Google Dance， 然后同时这个算法更新也把它叫 Google Dance。那么最早的 Google Dance 2000年的这是几月份？7月份。那么在这个网站上 webmasterworld.com， 那么最早做英文 SEO 的，这是一个非常重要的网站。基本上每一个月的 Google Dance 这些更新，它都会有一个长贴。那么这个月的更新都会有什么变化，在上面有讨论。那每个月都有。那么从2000年一直到2003年的时候，都是没有名字的，前面只是这个贴子。那么从03年的2月份的时候，应该不是2月份，后边会有第一个开始命名，也就是这个网站 webmasterworld 开始给它命名。Brad Tappy， 他给他把这个每个Google Dance 给它命一个名。那么命名这个灵感呢，就来自于像美国的给台风命名的这个格式。从 ABC 这儿按字母顺序往下排，然后是男名和女儿间隔，这个月是男名，下个月就是女名。那么第一次的是 Boston， 那么它叫 Boston 这个名字呢，是因为他们就是当时正在 Boston 开 SES 大会，就这么一个原因。那么下一个月把它叫做，这是我们把最前边几次放出来了，下一次更新就是4月的 Cassandra 卡森德拉。这个电影的好像有这个名字，然后5月份 Dominic 买披萨的，然后6月份 Esmeralda， 这个就是大家可以看到按 ABC 这样排下来，然后男女名间隔。那么这个 Google Dance 呢，基本上是每个月一次，那么它本质上呢，实际上是一个索引库的更新，里边的一些网站数据的更新，它并不是算法的更新。也就是说，那个的时候 Google 的技术没有像现在那么强。每个月的它抓取来的新的页面，离线的进行这些链接的计算，然后一个月一次人工的更新数据库。那么它并做不到实时的，不像现在这样。所以在更新数据库的时候，因为它有很多数据中心，几十个数据中心在全世界各地。那么每一个数据中心一个一个更新的这个过程当中，那么用户所访问的网站有可能是这个数据中心。然后再刷新可能是另外一个数据中心。那么在这个过程当中，因为它正在更新，所以我会看到排名是剧烈波动的，所以把它叫做 Google Dance。那么这个是2003年的差不多夏天的时候，这个是最后一次叫做 Google Dance 的更新 Freeze。那么这个03年，这是 MacPass 给它命名，这个不是 webmasterworld 命名的，这是MacPass 说这是他们 Google 内部的名称。叫 Freeze， 那么这个是最后一次还可以叫做 Google Dance 的更新，在那以后 Google 就不 Dance 了。为什么？因为他们是把索引来的数据几乎是实时的加入它的更新索引库里，不再每个月更新一次了。所以出了一个新名的 Everflux， 也就是一直在替换，有新页面就进入它的数据库。所以我们可以看前面的这个webmasterworld 这个，你看第一个回复的 Google Guide 就是这个，一般来说，一般都认为就是这个 MacPass， 它第一个就去回复了。那么在这个 Google Dance 结束以后，这个是肯定做 SEO 的肯定都会非常清楚的，第一个比较大的 Florida 更新。那么这不是 Google Dance 里边的系列的一次了，这只不过是一次非常大的更新。2003年11月份的时候，那么这次更新改变了我们做 SEO 的时候的一个很多方法，彻底的改变。那么从那以后和当初做 SEO 是不太一样，因为在这个之前，通常我们还可以用一些比较简单的方法，比如一些 keyword 在页面上多重复几次啦，然后用一些垃圾链接啦，去论坛什么的博客去发一些垃圾链接还管用。那么这次更新以后，基本上这些旧的方法就不太管用了。那么这次更新呢，是 targeting highly commercial keywords， 也就是那些 money words， 比较能挣钱的，比如像一些医疗的啦，金融方面的贷款啦，然后教育啦、治病啦，包括像比如说域名注册啦、主机这些比较挣钱的这些词，那么都是专门在做 SEO 的，而不是说普通人，比如说做一个个人爱好的网站，讲历史的、讲数学的，不是那些网站。真正是在专门做 SEO、靠 SEO 来赚钱的这些网站是影响比较大的。 那么这次更新一般认为是作为一个 filter 一个过滤的一个机制。那么为什么把它认为是过滤的机制？因为当初这次更新出来了以后，很多人会发现，比如说你的目标的关键词，比如说是 loan 贷款，搜这个词儿的时候，你的网站已经不在这个前面了。但是如果你这个 loan 后边再加一个减号，减号后边一些随机的字符串，减号就是排除不包括这后边这些词。后边这词就是一个随机的 ABCDF 什么的，肯定不会在页面上出现的。减去那个，按说这两个结果应该是一样的，因为减去一个随机字符串是没有意义的，反正那个字符串是不存在的。但是加了这个减号随机字符串以后，就会发现你的网站很可能又出现在前面了。那么也就是说，加这个减号加字符串，它是去掉了那个过滤，去掉了最后这更新这个过滤。那么 Google 的算法本来按照它的相关性，按照外部链接，你的网站可能应该排到前面。但是这个 Florida 它加了一个 filter， 最后一步的时候会判断这个网站是不是比较过度优化比较有垃圾链接最后一步，如果是你在这个黑名单里面的话，就会把你的网站往后排。那么这个通过这个减号字符串能够看到你的本身网站本身是应该在哪里，但是这次更新的是不是针对你？所以一般认为这是一个 filter。那很多以前管用的方法，在这次更新以后就不大管用。像刚才讲的那些比较初级的，当然我自己刚开始在做的也都会用比如放很天真的认为你放一个白色的背景然后放白色的字儿然后就看不见了，就这种方法都用过。那么像这种方法，其实当初也都管用过，但是现在，尤其是这次更新 Florida 以后，基本上就不太管用了。那么这个严重到很多做 SEO 服务的公司就破产了，没办法了，因为更新了以后，你的客户不再续费了，或者你是卖什么东西的电商网站，你的流量大减以后，很多公司当初是倒闭了。而且这次更新是在11月份，那么反响太大了，意见太大了。然后 Google 就在这之后都表示，以后我们不在圣诞节期间做这么大的更新了，很多SEO 公司都倒闭了当时。那么这个之后再一次 branding， 那么这个 branding 这次呢是这个不是外包说，你们可以看到不是 ABC 他们排的，就叫 branding， 这是 Google 自己给它命的名。那么这次更新呢是在这几个方面会有一些变化。那么一个是它的索引库会增强，再一个是 latent semantic indexing 潜在语义索引，这个是一个蛮重要的一个概念。那么在以前这次更新以前，它基本上判断相关性的时候，就是看索引词页面上的所出现的词和用户搜索的那个查询词之间是不是匹配。如果页面上有这个词，那么就是匹配，那就返回。那么这个潜在语义索引的意思是说，有可能你查询的词和页面上出现的词的相关性并不是那么直接。那么潜在语义索引是通过很大的数据判断两个词之间的相关性。比如说水果这个词儿和苹果、橘子，那么如果你的页面上是出现了苹果橘子，但是没出现水果，那么这个潜在语义索引这个技术会认为你的页面和水果也是相关的，虽然你页面上没出现水果。那么这种数据大了以后，它才能判断出水果、苹果、橘子这些词经常一起出现在一块儿，那么他就认为这些词之间是相关的。它并不是严格的词之间的匹配，而是判断语义之间的关系。那么我们在做 SEO 的时候，尤其是英文 SEO 的时候，会遇到，比如说一个词，它的这个词根和一些词的变化 ，working 和 worker 这些词之间都是有相关性的，并不一定严格出现在页面上。那么再远一点，就像刚才讲的，比如说英文、中文，如果您的网站上出现苹果，但是您英文可能出现 Apple 这两个词，他认为也是直接相关的。所以这种相关性，就是通过这种潜在的语义索引来判断。那么再一个 links and anchor text。尤其是 anchor text， 它去看链接本身的毛文字，不光是链接的数量权重它要去看毛文字。然后 neighborhood 第一次引入 这个概念 neighborhood， 也就是你的链接之间所组成的网站周围的社区，不是单独看你自己的网站一共有多少链接，而是看你周围的网站都是什么网站，链接给你的和你链接出去的这些网站形成一个圈儿。那么这个圈儿里边大概都是好的网站还是坏的网站。如果你的周围都是坏的网站，那你也好不了。然后再一个，这个是不过当时代，然后 Florida 过了以后，那么05年的时候开始 ，Google 和必应、雅虎他们还都活着的时候，一起开始支持这个 No Follow 这个标签。那么这个 No Follow 这个标签最刚开始的时候呢，是把它作为放在一些不代表投票意义的链接上，比如说广告，广告就是不是代表一个投票。那么前面讲价值的时候，它可以认为就是一次投票。那么你觉得哪个网站好，给它一个链接，这意味着你给它投了一票。但是有一些链接没有投票意义，像广告，它只是你的广告客户花钱而已。再比如说一些博客论坛上的留下的那些链接，那么写博客的人他并不知道你的读者的留下链接都是什么东西不会去一个一个看，那么这个也不是投票。所以最刚开始的时候，是用在这类链接上。那么如果看到 No Follow 的这个以后，就会认为这些链接不去跟踪，它并不是一投票，把它放在P2值计算之外，和链接的关系之外。那么很快呢，这个 No Follow 就会变成了一个很 popular 的方法和 link sparking， 也就是说 ，SEO 知道了这个方法了以后，它会用它来控制自己网站内部的P2值或者链接权重的流动。比如说一个页面上有5个链接，那么按P2值的经典的算法，这5个链接给它分成5份儿。如果你的链接权重本身页面是100的话，分成5份儿，每一份20，那么传出去，你的那个连接出的那5个页面每个得到20。那么其中一个页面如果加了 No Follow， 一个链接加了 No Follow 以后，那么就把它实际上分成了4份儿。你100个权重分成4份儿以后，每一个链接投出去25%。那么这个加了 No Follow 以后，就节省下了25%，那4个页面得到的链接权重更多。比如说你的 Contact Us 什么 About Us 这些没什么多大用处的页面，加了 No Follow 以后，节省下来的页面的权重就会流向到你的产品页面上去。这个就是一个做内部链接控制的一个方法，很快它就从一个用在广告什么的这个方法用到这个链接控制上去。但是08年的时候 ，Google 实际上改变了这个 No Follow 的处理的方法。刚才讲了，如果一个页面加了 No Follow， 那么剩下的权重会分配到其他的链接上去。但实际上08年 ，Google 改变了这个方法。如果一个页面上5个链接，其中一个加了 No Follow 以后，它的链接权重还是分成5份，不是分成4份，还是分成5份。所以流出去4个链接，80%流出去了，还有20%就消失了。虽然你那也是个链接，但是你加了 No Follow 以后，20%消失了。所以流动到你的产品页面、重要页面的链接，并不是100%流过去，只剩下80%了。所以这个08年的时候，他们就做了这个改变，但是09年才公布这个事儿。但是 SEO 行业基本上都没注意到这件事儿，因为这个你靠No Follow 控制内部的链接权重，这个差别其实是很小的。大家其实都没注意到。Google 说了以后，我才知道不是这么回事。所以你们现在去看一些大的英文的网站、电商网站也好，新闻网站也好，以前大家纷纷都加 No Follow， 但是现在很多都取消了。也就是说，它会浪费，虽然有一定的作用，但是会有一定的浪费。那么 No Follow is still relevant， 也就是还是有用的，不是说大家就完全不用去用，在某些特定情况下还是可以用的。比如说，如果你的 Contact Us page 如果被抓取的次数太多的话，那么你可以考虑加一个 No Follow。这个当初我在博客上写这个 No Follow 帖子的时候，和这个阿里巴巴的博评还有一段争论，也就是他认为 No Follow 是管用的，因为阿里巴巴的这个网站，他会发现 Contact Us 这个 page 每天抓取量几十万的那一个页面。那么在这种特定情况下，为了减少对那个页面的抓取，那纯粹是浪费嘛。那么他加了 No Follow 以后，会发现 OK， 不再去抓这个页面。实际上这个也一定是有效果的，因为那个页面真的权重就没了。那么其他的页面权重的相对值就会显得很高，那么会把抓取的份额呢就放在那边去。 但是这个过程当中一定还是有链接的损失的，只不过对阿里巴巴这种级别的网站来说，那点链接的损失无所谓，它的一个页面上就几百个链接、几千个链接无所谓根本就。但是对于小的网站用 nofollow 的时候要慎用，只有在特殊的情况下可以考虑去用这个 nofollow 去控制一下这个抓取的链接的入口。然后 canonical 标签的支持09年，那么这个标签肯定大家都知道，就是这个页面加了这个标签以后，就认为这个页面它有一个规范化的网址，就是这个网址。比如说首页后边加一个斜杠 index， 还是斜杠或者 php 文件名，还是说到点 com 就结束，那这些页面其实都是一个页面，但是它的 URL 是不同的。其实对 Google 来说，它认为是不同的 URL。但是你在文件上加了这个 canonical 标签以后，就会把权重全部集中到这个同样一个页面上，不管是后边是 index.php 还是 index.html， 它都会集中到.com/ 结束了，都会集中到那儿。然后 personalized search 05年，那么 Google 在算法里边会根据这个用户的历史的搜索和访问点击的历史，然后它的位置、它的设备所用的什么浏览器、什么电脑，在 social media、Facebook 还是在 Google Plus 上面的一些账号是不是登录着，然后甚至你的 Gmail、你的日历，都会影响到这个用户，只要他在登录的情况下，会影响到他用户所搜索的那个排名，所以这个就会给 SEO 造成一个困难，你所看到的排名不一定是真实用户所看到的排名。那么这个用户如果登录了 Google 账号，然后他以前访问某些网站，这些网站它的排名就会靠前。所以你的做 SEO 的时候，不光是说排名要到前面去，你还要做好用户体验。如果你的网站用户访问的比较多，甭管是哪种方法访问的比较多，那对这个用户来说，你以后的排名也会有好处。但是没登录的用户和你自己可能是看不到这种效果的。Jagger， 这个是05年的时候，那么这次更新呢更新好几个月，分了3期来上线。那么主要是针对一些低质量的链接 ，exchange links links farm、paid links 买卖链接，然后垃圾链接。然后下面讲几个是 infrastructure related， 也就是和基本架构相关的几次更新。那么这个不一定是算法上的更新，它是基础架构上的，但是这些名字都是大名鼎鼎的，可以提一下。第一个 Big Daddy。05年12月10分的时候到06年，几个月的时间，那么这个是进行了一次 crawling 和 index， 也就是爬行和索引过程的这个代码的重写，主要是 crawling， 主要是爬行那一块的代码的缩写，重新写。然后10年的时候，咖啡因，那么咖啡因这次基本上是一次index 这一块代码的重写。刚才那个是 crawling 爬行这一块，这个是索引这一块。基本代码重新写，所以它并不是意思说引入了什么新的排名的机制，都是进行代码的一个重写更有效率。所以这个咖啡因的索引以后，它的索引的速度和索引库的大小都有了质的提高。刚才讲的，它以前它是每个月一次更新，后来是 Everflux 会很快。那么在这次以后，大家可以看到重要的网站，可能它是你的新发一篇文章以后，可能几分钟就会进入索引库。几分钟就能看到排名，这个都是和他当初这个底层架构代码重写是相关的。Hummingbird 蜂鸟13年，那么这次呢是一个对排名算法的重写，所以 Google 历史上它现在所用的搜索引擎和当初这两个创始人自己写的那个搜索引擎，虽然可能原理上差不太多，但是已经经过了几次代码的完全重写，所以这个是。Hummingbird 是对排名进行了一个重写，再一个，他所关注的是 meaning behind words， 也就是说，它的一个重要提高的地方是理解这个字面后边所隐含的那个真实意图的一个能力。比如说，我们在搜索一个词，附近有什么好吃的地方，假设有这么一个词汇词，那么这个蜂鸟这个算法的更新，它能够明白。你这句话实际上是在找什么东西？是在找饭馆儿， 这个地方他知道是在找饭馆、餐厅诸如此类的地方。虽然你的页面这个搜索这个人可能没写饭馆这个词儿，但是他写好吃的地方，他能明白你搜索的真实目的是什么。那么这个对搜索的那个结果的质量会有一个质的提高。然后潘Duin 这个是2个最有名的更新。11年2月份的时候，Panda 1.0开始上线。那么这个 Panda 更新最早是被这个 Search Engine Land 命名为是 Farmers Update， 也就是内容工厂 Update。那么他认为是基本上是针对那些低质量的内容工厂。那么后来 Google 认为叫 Farmer 可能这次更新并不完全是内容工厂，也会是包括了其他低质量的内容的那些页面，所以他们主动出来说这个别叫这个，改成叫 Panda。那么这个 Panda 这个名字呢是 Google 主导这次更新的工程师的名字叫 Panda， 和我们这个 Panda 没什么关系。然后这个 Panda 更新最初上线的时候只是英文美国上线，然后影响11.8%的结果。那么这个 Panda 更新最刚开始上线的时候，它也是线下计算的，所以这些数据以后在线下进行计算，这个页面的质量可能给它一个什么分数然后定期的人工注上，人工上线，所以它也是就像那个 Google Dance 一样，是1个月可能1个月或者几个月上线的时候我们能观察到，但是它计算的时候我们是不知道的，一直到 Panda 第25次更新都是这样。都是线下计算，然后人工上线，定期上线。然后 Panda 更新是网站级别的，对所有它给网站整个网站会有一个质量分数，但是对不同的页面和对不同的目录可能影响的程度会不一样。所以这个有的网站会某一个目录下边质量比较低，那么这个目录下边的流量排名会降低，对其他页面影响不是那么大。但是 Panda 本身它是一个 site wide。是对于整个网站的一级别的一个分数。那么 targeting at low quality content, thin content, sparse content, content farm。那么主要是针对这些低质量的 thin content， 也就是做连锁计划什么的网盟的那些网站，抄来一些主网站上的内容，比如那些 software review 的，然后把那个 software 人家那网站上那些功能什么的抄过来。然后去抓取人家的内容或者content farm这些主要是这种低质量。那么什么样的内容被认为是低质量的？你看这个是Panda Update第一次 update 以后，它的失去流量比较大的列出来的一些名单，这些网站的名单，可以看到上面比如说是 associated content.com， 然后下边这个什么 Zeng articles top pages。这些都是内容类的网站，然后都是比较低质量的。为什么叫是低质量？因为这类网站经常是去雇写手，这个写手所写出来的文章的质量是比较低的，因为他并不是那方面的专家，但是比较便宜，比如印度什么之类的，10块钱5块钱一篇。但是这种网站从字面匹配来说可能也相关，但是对用户的帮助并没那么大。比如说写一篇文章，怎么样买钢琴，这个写手就会可能给写的文章可能这儿，你买钢琴的话，你出门往左拐会看见一个什么的店，这个店里进去了以后，你要跟他讲价，诸如此类的东西。这个文章用搜索引擎来判断，它也会包括钢琴、怎么买呀、商店这些词都包括。搜索引擎的语义判断，它判断不出来这篇文章到底质量高还是低。但是对于用户来说，我是想知道怎么选钢琴，不是说怎么走出的往左转坐地铁，这不是想知道这个。所以这种文章是被认为是和真实搜索意图不相关的，但是搜索引擎靠算法判断不出来的。那么 Google 的 Panda 更新就是通过其他的方法，用户体验的方法来判断这篇文章是不是质量高。那么 Panda 更新进行了很多次，有的统计说是28次，有的说是30次，反正是20-30次。那么这个大概就是时间。第6次的时候才是全球开始上线。那么对包括中文，然后对其他的语言的文字的影响大概是6%到9%。那么4.2是最后一次。 在15年7月的时候，那么这次更新持续了几个月。那么4.2以后，班纳4.2以后，刚才讲了，它是线下计算，然后集中上线。那么4.2以后，它是 baked into core algorithm， 也就是说它是进入了核心算法，也就是说不再是线下计算，然后再集中上线，而是在它的核心算法里边的集成的一部分。那么在这个之后，我就基本上就没有Panda update，因为它已经在核心算法里边是一直在更新过程当中的。那么这个是如果你的网站被Panda算法惩罚了的话，该怎么办？那么 Google 官方的博客发过一篇帖子，这个是那个搜索算法的搜索那部分的老大写的帖子，里边他问了20多个问题，就是说你的网站如果被惩罚的话，你去看看你的网站能不能回答这20多个问题。那么这个问题我不一个一个说了，这个去 Google 官方博客去看就能看到，里边提到几个，比如说 Would you trust information presented in the article？ 你在这篇文章里的信息可不可信？然后 Does the site have duplicate or overlapping article on the same or similar topic？ 也就是说，同样一个话题，你的网站上是不是写了很多篇类似的文章？那么这个其实也就是一些 content farm 所经常做的事儿。同样一篇文章，一个话题，它为了针对不同的关键词，稍微有变化点的关键词写了很多类似的文章。再比如说像 Does article have spelling 什么之类的语法的错误？这个是我们以前不太注意的地方。语法错误、排版是不是不好？这些都可能会影响你的这些质量的分数。这个后边的一些问题，大家可以自己去看一下。这个官方博客上都有。然后潘顿，刚才讲的 Panda 是针对内容质量，那么潘顿是主要针对的是链接的质量。那么这是12年4月份的时候开始上线。那么这个潘顿按 Google 的说法，他们是针对的是最早它叫做 Web Spam update， 也就是针对垃圾方法的一个 update， 并不仅仅是链接。那么也包括了什么 keyword stuffing， 然后 Web 2.0 上留的那些链接。那么所以这些比较垃圾的方法，可能都是被惩罚的内容之一。但是我们通过分析会知道，主要是针对垃圾链接的。那么这个影响的是3.1%，主要是链接的垃圾做法。那么它并不是一次人工的惩罚，而是算法的惩罚。所以在 Google Search Console 里面你去提交，它并没有一个告诉你的网站人工的那个惩罚，并没有。你去提交什么request 重新索引 request 也是没有用的，解决不了。那么一直到4.0之前，和 Panda 一样，它也是在这个核心算法之外的，然后也是线下计算，然后定时上线。只不过这个Penguin 上线的区间，这个时段是比较长的，可能几个月上线一次，有的时候甚至1-2年才上线一次。这个是这几次Penguin 上线的这个时间。那4.0是最后一次，16年9月份到10月份上线了很长时间。那么在这之后，4.0开始也是 real time 实时的，并不是线下计算的，实时记录。如果链接解决了这些垃圾链接以后，马上就会能够反映出来。然后也是在核心算法当中的一部分了。然后这个 Penguin 更新是可以具体到针对一个页面的，它并不是一个针对整个网站的。再一个 Penguin 的算法4.0以后，一个重要的区别是，以前的 Penguin 算法是如果你的网站链接比较垃圾的话，它会惩罚你的网站。4.0以后不是惩罚网站，它是把那些坏的链接就忽略了，它不计入这个计算当中而已。所以这个就使如果你要去陷害竞争对手，就没那么容易了，因为它只不过是忽略，并不会整个惩罚你的网站。那改变了什么东西？我们就这个可以 PPT 回头去看看。我只说一个，就是改变了我们做外部链接的方法，不能再去发链接。在中国做 SEO 的，经常就是讲去发链接。我对发链接这个词是特别反感的。 链接怎么可能是发出来的？你能发的，别人一定能发，那一定是没用的。所以链接是要靠吸引的。刚才这个Zhang讲的那个Lebron，这就是链接的大师，他的链接怎么来的？最有名的、最牛的例子呢，就是我一直愿意说的，觉得特别有意义的，就是他当初的链接，他自己的网站在看到雅虎出来以后，他发现雅虎没有 Web Marketing 这个分类，也就是网络营销这个分类没有，因为太简单了当初。然后他发那个 email 给这个杨致远说：“哎，你这目录挺好，但是你没有这个分类。你看我这有一个网站做网络营销的，你加上这个分类，把我网站列进去，就列进去了。这才是吸引，这不是发出来的。你去想对方有什么痛点，解决了对方的痛点，然后你的链接就上去了，这个才是最牛叉的方法。那么这个 mobile 和移动相关的，那么这个移动相关的，只是说一个吧，就是它不是 rocket science， 不是多高级的事儿，只要你确保你的网站在手机上能用就行，就这么简单，字儿够大，不需要横着拉，然后一些功能能用就行了，就这么简单。所以你自己去看看自己的手机就完了，没有那么复杂。那么在search console里面一定要注意观察，如果你的会报错的话，马上去。那这是我客户的一个网站，正好在6月底的时候看这个红线上去了，报300多页的一个错误，然后马上去解决它，因为就是它的网站主机比较慢了，有一些 CSS 文件 JavaScript 没法抓到了，主机有问题了，给它解决了，换了服务器就完事儿，然后就会下去。所以时刻去关注它的报错，然后解决一些其实就是 common sense 的这些问题。然后这个 mobile update， 后来又进行了第2次，所以你的手机只要是移动友好，那么排名就会有帮助。然后这个也是和移动有关的。15年11月份，如果你的网站在手机上强制用户去下载 APP 的话，那么他认为是不友好的。你可以这个是左边这是好的，右边那是不好的。你可以在最上边不到1/4那个蓝色的框，用个小的弹出框去邀请用户下载可以，但是你一整屏的弹出，然后还关不了，强迫用户去下载的话，那会被惩罚。然后 Mobile First Index， 那么在这个之前 ，Google 也好，百度也好 ，Bing 也好，它都是网站的索引库是以 PC 页面为主的，它抓取的页面是 PC 版的。那么随着用户开始50%以上用户都用手机搜索了，那么 Google 认为你再去以 PC 版的页面为排名的基础就不太合适了，所以改成以抓取 mobile 移动页面为主。那么这个16年就开始，它就公布了，一直到18年呢开始正式的 roll out， 开始上线。那么这个是针对不同的网，这是我自己的博客，它会在测窗口里面会通知你，你的网站已经转到 mobile first， 它会通知你。那么这个是一个网站单独处理的，它并不是一批。那么这个 mobile site 是 contain same content as desktop content site， 这个是要注意的一个。如果你的网站是自适应的话，那没问题，你的 PC 版和移动版是内容是一样的，一模一样的。如果你的网站不是自适应，是 M 点的话，要注意做英文网站的时候，尽量让你的 PC 版和 mobile 手机版主体的内容要一样，不能不一样。如果你内容不一样的话，那你可能转不到 mobile first 这个版本上来，那么未来可能就会有些问题。虽然它现在并不是一个你转与没转，它并不是一个 ranking factor， 并不是排名的因素，但是未来可能会有一些影响。另一个和 mobile 有关的，如果你的网站弹出框比较大的话，也会被惩罚。然后 mobile speed， 那么手机打开页面的速度快，那么就会是一个 ranking 的 factor。这个我们只能很快的过一遍 Wins update， 这是一个给大品牌倾斜。然后这个也是主导的工程师叫 Wins。然后 page speed， 这个 page speed 是10年的，刚才这个 mobile 这个其实是后来的，这个是 PC 版最主要的那个PC 版的那个排名就会在10年开始，就是网站的速度就会有影响。那么到手机版是前2年，15年才开始有影响。Mayday 这个就快得过，然后 freshness 你要有新闻网站、博客网站要更新，就也会有 适当的排名的加分。然后 page layout， 如果top heavy 就是如果你的第一屏页面第一屏广告太多的话，会被惩罚。EMD， 你在走 match domain， 如果你的域名就是关键词完全匹配的话，反倒不好。以前是觉得域名如果包含关键词那多好啊，实际上这次更新了以后，就是完全匹配的域名其实是一个可能会被惩罚的因素。Payday， 然后 HTTPS， 如果你加了 HTTPS 加了这个安全的那个证书，那么也会排名会提高。Rank Green， 那么这个是 AI 用在Google 算法里面的第一次。那么这个是我们直接看后边这个例子了。那这个是 Google 的工程师最喜欢举的一例子。What's the title of the consumer at the highest level of chain？ 最喜欢举。那么在这个查询里边，这个 consumer 这个词到底是指的是什么？如果是靠字面意义的话，可能是觉得是消费者，是买东西的人。实际上，这个查询并不是和消费一点关系，和购物一点关系都没有，是指的是食物链顶端的那个东西，那个动物叫什么？我们是什么肉食者什么之类的 predator 那么一个词。所以这个它是 Rank Green 也是在判断用户的查询和你页面真实意图之间的匹配度，而并不仅仅是关键词的匹配。然后这个 Flag Update， 这个就不去说了。然后这是最新的 Core Update， 也就是核心算法的一个 Update。那么这个2018年3月份的时候 ，Bracket Update 最早开始。那么这个 Core Update 它的有一个特点就是 Google 承认有这个更新，然后也给它命名，但是它是并不针对某一方面。前面刚才讲的那些都可能针对某一方面，比如说链接的，比如说是 HTTPS 的。Core Update 是并不针对某一方面，你没办法去针对这次更新做任何针对性的措施，所以 no fix， 也就是你没办法去解决你的网站上的问题，就是 no fix of pages。那么这个就是Core Update 过去这1-2年以来，我们做 SEO 所面对的一个很大的问题，并不知道该解决什么东西，你只能去把你的网站做强，内容质量提高，都是那种比较虚的地方。那么2018年4月份也是另外一次，但是没给名字。然后8月份最有名的开始引起大家注意的 Medic Update。那么受影响的主要是 Health 和健康相关的这些网站，所以把它叫 Medic Update。这个受影响的网站左边是链接流量提高的，右边是受影响链接这个流量受影响的。可以看到排在第一个的是 Prevention.com， 这就是预防什么？就预防什么老化所以也是和健康有关的。所以受影响的都是和健康有关的这些网站居多。那么这个是如果你的网站过去1-2年受 Core Update 的影响的话，这个具体的时间它都是有的。8月份几号，然后最近的这次是6月3到9号上线的。如果在那段时间你的网站流量唰就下降的话，怎么解决？那么这个丹尼苏利文他发的官方，他跑去 Google 了，以前是Search Engine的老板，现在跑去 Google 了。然后他说你去读 Google 的这个 Policy Research Guidelines 去看那个。那么这个也变成了大家谈论的这个文件，大家可以去下载这个官方网站里边都有。现在最新版本5月份160多页，大家去看一下上面最时髦的概念 EAT。Expertise, authority, trustworthiness， 专业性、权威度和可信度。那么这个受影响的网站 ，Your money or your life， 要么是要钱的，要么是要命的，这类网站是最受影响的。所以，如果你们的网站是这类网站，最常见大家中国的人会做的就是电商网站。电商网站属于那个有 money 那部分，所以是受影响的。如果受影响的，去看它那个概，那么你要做这个方面这些东西。那么我只提一个，因为时间的关系，只提一个 trustworthiness。以前做网站的人可能会你的 contact us page 就是一个 contact us 一个表，那么没留下你的公司正式名称、电话、地址、email， 然后你怎么联系客服、退换货的过程、退款过程，这些如果不详细的话，他就认为是不可信，可信度是不高的。所以你 做电商也好，做什么网站、健康相关的网站和金融方相关的网站也好，一定要至少要你的 contact us 怎么解决客服的问题要越详细越好，不能只放一个联系人。那么这个是受影响的网站的统计，也基本上是什么 finance 啊、health， 然后 gambling 比较多。最新的6月份的更新 diversity update， 也就是说一个域名你在前20位里面，Google 倾向于只给你2个排名，以前可能3个、4个，那么现在倾向于只给你2个。那么这个是当然变化其实是很少的，这个是变化，实际上变化的曲线，其实变化并不多，因为本来能够得到第1页3、4个位置的网站也不多，除了亚马逊之类这个级别，什么 Wikipedia 也不多。但是这个对其他做网站的人来说是一个好消息，给这个Wiki 的给亚马逊的排名少了，我们的机会就多了。他反正就给他俩，那么我们的电商页面、购物网站的页面多出几个位子，那么对我们这是一个好事。所以这个是最后一个 summary， 就是我是按不同的类别的，然后有 dance 的，有 penguin 的，有基础设施的，然后 mobile 相关的 core， 然后还有其他的一些，这个大家可以做一个参考。因为时间的关系，我写了很多，但是都没碰着时间，一些细节没时间去讲了。线下回头我们可以再探讨。谢谢大家。
Okay, 刚才很少人用的 APT， I'm going to give you a little reminder that we do have this technology, so we should make use of it. If you open up your app, and at the bottom you tap Agenda, okay, you can find all of the talks that we'll be having today. Okay, underneath you can leave a comment, so if you have some questions, okay, please put them into the app, because we'll be asking Zach in just a moment, okay? So if you enter your questions, we'll start asking some questions of Zach, okay? Anyone have some questions they want to ask? Anyone have any questions for Zach?还有一个。
Zach 老师你好，我想问一个关于 Keynote 标签的这样一个问题。举个例子，比如说有一个 iPhone Data Recovery 这个词，然后我是一个产品页，然后呢也有一个长尾关键词，就是 Based iPhone Data Recovery 页面。然后我的产品页我这个词我发现我做不上去，竞争太大了，我是不是得把这个产品页把它加个 Keynote 标签到我的 Base 的这个页面？我通过这种曲线救国的这种方式，把我这个 Base 的这个页面做上去，从而间接推广我的产品页。
我没太听清楚你的产品页面加什么东西？
加个 Keynote 标签，就是对，加到我这个引导它到我这个10base 的这个页面，那个博客页面，我来间接的来推广那个 base 的那个页面。
通常可能这个标签只是放在你的最终那个页面上，所以如果你是说有一些什么辅助的引流的页面是吗？
不是，就是你刚刚说的这个 Keynote 标签嘛，它指正那个唯一性嘛，对吧？那我决定我放弃，我不做这个竞争大的这个页面，但是呢，它本身有一些权重，我不想让它浪费掉。我希望把它通过 Keynote 标签的这种形式，把它指引，把它认为它这个页面最重要的那个就是那个 Base 的 iPhone Data Recovery 这个页面。我举个例子，就这样子。
可以放，但是你对比前面那你说的那个博客什么页面，其实它的内容不就是个浪费吗？如果两个页面内容不一样的话，其实并不需要放这个标签。可能这个标签它只是说你的两个页面可能内容是极为相似的，比如说一个是移动的版本，一个是 PC 的版本。那么 PC 的这个版本可能是 Canonical， 那么移动的版本指向 PC 的版本， 或者比如说你的一个页面是产品列表，那么你这个产品列表主产品列表你放可能有个标签，那么如果是另外一个排序的，比如按价格排序，按什么销量排序，那些排序的页面实际上还是这些产品嘛。所以那些排序的页面放上可能有个标签，是和那个主的那个页面是一样的，同一个可能有个标签，所以权重都会指向了那个主的那个页面上去。所以这个标签基本上是内容要一样的，或者极为相似的，功能也是一样的。它并不是用在一个产品页面、一个博客贴的页面。通常这两个页面会不需要把它集中到一起。
好的，谢谢老师。
你好，在我有个问题想问一下，刚才讲的是，如果域名里包括关键词，假如是健康类的话，它的权重会降低。就是我就想问一下，在之后在选域名的时候，到底是该加关键词还是不加关键词？
我现在是通常会建议用域名的时候以品牌为主。你放关键词关系并不是很大，当然要避免的是几个关键词连续放。比如说你的目标关键词是深圳 SEO， 你的域名就叫深圳 SEO.com， 这种并不好。但是你的域名里提到 SEO 这个词儿，一个并没什么太大的关系。但是如果是你的网站完全没有关键词也没关系。所以只是避免说仨关键词，你查询词是3个词儿，你的完全匹配仨关键词.com。避免这种情况，那么最好的是品牌，就像亚马逊，它和购物一点关系没有这个词儿，然后雅虎和搜索也没关系。品牌如果有一个特叫得响的，又短，叫起来又好发声，又响亮的，那就取那个名字。如果能带上一个关键词，一个也还没关系，也还好，但是别2、3个。
Very good. Let's get ahead to Zach. It's no secret that if you only cater to one market, that you might be leaving some money on the table. However, if you want to expand into foreign territories, you will also have to provide language support. Our next speaker is an experienced SEO consultant. She provides support for multinational organizations looking to expand and helps them to take a scalable approach to organic growth. She provides support through her consultancy Orienti. Okay? She wrote the book SEO, Las Claves Esenciales, The Essential Keys. She was named the European Search Personality of the Year in 2018, and she also has a very notable YouTube channel called Crawling Mondays. I would like you to give a hand to Aleyda Solis.
继续 what a nice intro, isn't it? 你好，出发了吗 So excited to be here today. You know, I actually have had the privilege to present across many countries. However, it's my first time here in China, so I'm very, very excited. So if all of you want, would it be possible to have a selfie with you? I'll be super. I'm really, really open and kind to shareable the social networks, the Western ones. Oops, a little bit of a photo with you. Is it okay? Let's do something. A little bit crazy, not too crazy. Say 你好. 你好. Awesome. Thank you. Shishi. Wait till it's here. Okay, that's great. International SEO. So I suppose that most of you are doing SEO internationally, targeting the Western world, many languages, many countries. How many of you have SEO processes at the moment, targeting many languages abroad? Can you please raise your hand? Oh really? Not that many? Amazing! Well, this is actually great because I'm sure that you will be able to pick a few ideas, a few insights that will be actually handy for you when you start doing SEO. So let's go a little bit. What this slide? Let me see if I am. Oh my God, this stupid thing that problems. Let's see if I am doing something wrong. Now here with my yes. Now it works. Perfect. Nothing happened. resources is a typical way to grow in general, to expand your reach, to gather, to bring more people to your website. Hopefully, in a type of situation where you have grown already enough that you have reached the top in your current industry, right? Realistically, it has many challenges, especially when you are targeting many different markets, many countries, many languages. And I am just summarizing a few of them, the most common ones that I will go through and for which I will provide a few actual ways to solve or try to work around or to minimize, to manage in a cost-effective way in your SEO process. So lack of resources to create and optimize more content. Because of course we all know that we need relevant content, specifically targeted content, ideally optimized in a native way for your targeted market. So for example, if you're targeting for the US, you ideally should have optimized that content for the US speaker, the same with the UK, the same for Spanish in Spain, which is also a little bit different than Spanish across the different Latin American countries. So, well, that takes a little bit of resources, right? And of course, we have limited resources, we need to prioritize. And even big brands come to me sometimes and they say, you know, Aleyda, I target 50 markets, 60 markets, but realistically, I don't have money, I don't have resources to create and optimize content for each one of them. So we will see how to tackle this challenge. Also, not being able to run well with the chosen international web structure. This is a typical question usually in SEO, in the Western world at least, right? CCTLDs, subdirectories, subdomains, which is the ideal web structure that you should choose in order to be competitive in your target markets. Not attracting enough traffic with your target queries, right? Sometimes we think that we have done our job by identifying the top terms that we think that might be the most profitable ones in the selected market, but somehow, even if we are more or less ranking for them, they are not giving us what we expect, right? So again, I will highlight a few ways to identify what is going on, what might be going on to fix that, and then ranking international search results with your own pages, especially when you have started in a very competitive sector, in a very competitive country, like for example, if you have a Khong website already targeting and ranking pretty well in the US, and then you want to target the Australian market or the UK market, you end up having many pages from your US site outranking your Australian pages or your UK pages in those other markets, right? And these are not the right pages to rank. These are not the ones showing the right currency, the right prices, the right conditions to those users. So I will show you how, by implementing a few tags, you can specify which are the right pages to rank in every country. And like this, you will eliminate any friction and maximize the conversion opportunities that you can have from these markets. And this is me, since I have been here already talking to you, and I already got such a nice intro. I shouldn't even bother to talk to me any further. So here are a few ways to solve these issues. The first one, about not having enough resources for each of the international markets that you are targeting. Realistically, this is about prioritizing, and the problem here is that I'm sure that many times with clients or the decision makers, your bosses, if you are in-house, will come and will tell you, you know what, I want to reach and I want to start in the US, in the UK and Germany. That's it. Can you please develop an SEO process for these three markets? And you will have a say, you will have the option, unfortunately, to say, you know what, why don't I do or develop a research to validate which are the markets that realistically have much more, not only potential, but are more reasonable to compete at. Because of course we know that the US is huge, that everybody buys online there. It's true, but it's a very high competitive market too. So maybe we shouldn't target the US at the start. If we are just starting, maybe it's more reasonable to target another more middle ground market that won't have such a high competition level, where we will have better chances to see results earlier, right? So if we have that opportunity, hopefully, and this is our work, I think, as consultants, right? To talk to our clients or our bosses and say, you know what, if you are flexible, I can give you data, I can give you insights, and to validate a few extra markets too. So this is the idea of this process. The idea is that you go to your analytics and you identify which are those already existing countries that, even if you are doing nothing for them, they are already bringing you value. They are already giving you organic traffic. So this won't be like the final list of countries that you will target, of course, but an initial input that you want to take into consideration. Then you can take a look at your top competitors, your worldwide competitors, those that you know that have been doing international SEO for a while, and you can identify which are the top countries that are already referring traffic to them. You can go, for example, to SEMrush traffic analysis or similar web, and you can take a look at top websites that you consider your competitors or top players in your field or your industry, and you take a look at which are the countries. These reports will provide countries that are giving them traffic at the moment, and then you can do the same validation, initial validations. This is not a full keyword research at this point, just the validation with your top terms for your top categories, for your top product lines, top services lines, to take a look at how much is there out there in search volume for each one of the top countries, right? So for example here, laptop in Ahrefs. I can see most of the searches, 20% of them are coming from the US, but then 9% are coming from India, hey? And they also speak English, right? From a language perspective, it's not necessarily that much complex to target. And maybe it's worth it to take a look at how's the level of competition there, all of the other conditions that you will require in order to operate there, and to develop a corporate SEO service that will achieve the same type of results. Then the UK, then Germany, then indeed and Turkey and the Netherlands. So you can identify all the markets that can provide a good share of traffic to your top terms, your top products, your top topics in general. And of course, it is critical also to consider the popularity, the authority of the websites and the pages that are already ranking in the first positions for those terms. Again, the same top queries for which you want to rank for internationally. You can do this even in Google results, right? But I prefer to use this tool, Search Checker, and there are also other tools like this that not only show you the top ranked pages for any query and for any country, desktop and mobile, but they will also include the top metrics, the popularity metrics. Because realistically, with content, you can manage yourself to create, to translate, to localize content, but acquiring links or attracting links, it might be a little bit more tricky in these markets, right? Considering the quality aspects that are required, and you really need to be careful with that. So you want to take a look at how much does it take, how much it takes for these pages to be ranked in the first position. How many links do they require? What's their authority? What's the popularity? So we can take a look at here the numbers of link domains, the number of links going to those specific pages, and you can see that, for example, the top websites ranking for these terms have already millions of links, have already hundreds of thousands of links. Then you check again with more long tail type of terms, just to see if the level of competition is still high, very high for them. Usually it's not, just to double verify, right? And you want to think, it's like, if I start in this country, will I be able to compete with these guys? I will be competitive now. In the big term, of course, maybe in the short term, no way, but in the big term, from a content, from a relevance perspective, from an authority perspective too, these are validations are critical to do. And once that you have that, all this data, right? You put this data together in a table like this, listing all of the countries, all of the languages, all of the markets that you have accessed before, to verify which are those top ones that can offer you more without having such a high effort to rank at, that have a competition level that maybe is not super low, but also is not that crazily high, and can provide the type of traffic, the volume of traffic that you expect. And then, this is important, right? That the trend is also positive in the market of searches, that there are all the traffic channels that can potentially even give you more, because remember, like ideally we should diversify our traffic sources. Even if I am an SEO and focusing in organic search, realistically we want to keep the health of our project, we want to diversify the traffic sources too. So this also, that should be also important to validate, right? And this is the thing. Ideally, the more granular we can target our audience and best. In international SEO, this means targeting countries. Because we know that even if across many different countries the language is the same, for example, in Australia they speak English as well as in the UK, as well as in the US, etc., or in India. Realistically, the terms are different, the preferences are different, the seasonalities even are different, the festivities, the holidays, the opportunities are different. So ideally we would like to target the countries, not the languages, in order to make sure that our content is as optimized and relevant as possible, including the right terms for each country, providing the best possible experience for these users. However, I have to say, sometimes we are going to be in this type of use case, where locality is not as important on one hand, and then on the other hand, unfortunately, you don't have that many resources to target every single location, right? So for example, there are countries that are very, very small. Central American countries, very, very, very small to target individually. Not enough traffic to compensate targeting each one of them individually, right? However, sometimes companies are required to have some sort of presence, brand presence there, because of business reasons, legal requirements, etc., right? So you can target languages instead of countries in those cases. In other cases, we have websites whose business model is not so restrictive. And so, for example, if you have a tech blog, right, you write about the latest of iPhones and iPads and smartwatches, etc., right? In these cases, you want to attract traffic from whatever country. Your business model is to show ads. You don't need them to convert specifically. So you don't need to target based on currency or specific delivery conditions. So it's not so important, the location aspect, right? So in those particular cases, it is okay to target languages. It won't give you necessarily something really meaningful to target the countries, although it is ideal, right? So you will start this with languages. Then on the other hand, if you have e-commerce, it's very likely that you will like to target countries in this particular case. So it's important that you assess this and you verify what is the correct targeting, so you pick one and are consistent for that particular market, right? And when I mean consistency is key here, is that you are consistent when you configure everything else from a technical perspective, from a content perspective, you develop everything to correctly connect with whether languages or countries, because sometimes we forget, and I see some websites featuring little flags when they ask the visitor to choose their language. It's like, what am I choosing here? Languages or countries, right? It's confusing sometimes. So we can see how, for example, Apple here, they target countries. They have an e-commerce. Just weird because they actually allow you to switch from country to country, and you can see how the MacBook is so much expensive in Europe than in the US. Shocking, right? Then you try to bypass a little bit the restrictions anyway. And then you have all the website, like in the case of WeChat here, they have an app and they have language targeting. It makes sense. They don't change the app features or characteristics, or there's not so much of a critical change based on the country, so it's okay, right? It makes sense for them in this case. And why it's important, whatever you choose, whether country or language targeting, is that you identify that there's enough potential to beat traffic and to make your project ROI positive. This is whenever a client comes to me and tells me, Aleyda is like, I am losing money on this, I am optimizing content, but really I cannot keep up because it is not cost effective, it's not ROI positive. It is because they haven't done this simple math of verifying since the start if the traffic that they can end up generating by targeting this market from an SEO perspective, even if they run pretty well for all of the terms, will even compensate the work that they are doing, right? So it's critical that we do this very simple validation to verify that our efforts will end up paying off. And then is when we can decide which is the market, right? Which is the market that has really potential, that it is feasible for you to target, that you have the capacity, operational, also not only from an SEO perspective to target, and start on prioritizing those markets. If you identify that this market cannot bring enough traffic, enough conversions at this point to target it, however, for example, your boss or your client might have had these cases in the past, they still say, no, I really want to target. In the past, I had a boss in Spain when I was still working in health, saying, no, I really want to target Portugal because it's so near us. It should be easy. Aleyda was like, take a look. There's not enough search volume. Do you really want to spend when we can prioritize this other market? So, in these cases, the best is to develop pilot projects, just to test the water, just to validate. Make landing page, make categories, just to see if you were right or maybe they are right instead. Maybe there is actually potential there. Maybe it's not because of the volume, but because of the engagement and the conversion rate that you will get from this market, right? So you can develop a pilot project just with a few categories and subcategories, top products, not a full website. Or you can, of course, also biosecure your CCTLDs, your country extensions for future operations, and create custom alerts. So whenever you reach a certain point of your organic traffic, you get an alert from analytics saying, hey, you have reached a point, maybe it is feasible now for you to target this new market. So that's good. That is also a good way to follow up. So once that you have identified the top market to focus on, and even you have already good list of markets that you are working at, this is a good exercise to validate and time and reconnect, reassess your priorities. You might check this. Yes, this market should be profitable, but I can compete somehow in that, right? There's something wrong going on in that, right? And this is crazy because you will think that if a company is huge, that is big, it's a big brand, they should have this already sorted, right? But realistically, it's not like this. For example, Meng. I was in Denmark a few months ago, and I tried to highlight and feature a few local examples. And Meng is a huge company, and take a look. They have language options, but whenever you choose a language, they don't change the URL. They keep the same URL. They show the different language versions to scripts and cookies to the same URL. The problem is that Google will only identify a single version because there's only a single version that is indexable. Right? It is critical that each language or country version is shown through a specific URL. That is the first rule. Then the second rule is that ideally we will see whether country extensions, CCTLDs, like CN, ES, .es, .com, for the US is the de facto standard, right? It is not as targeted really joking to the US, or .co.uk for the UK, or subdirectories under GTLDs or subdomains. But there are some people who choose instead parameters. Take a look, even Google themselves. I love giving bad examples from Google, even if they are supposed to preach what you actually recommend in any case. But take a look, even Google, right? They have their English in the UK, GB, Great Britain, version of this Google Ads Help documentation, shown through a parameter in the URL. Why is this wrong? Because these URLs cannot be geolocated through the Google Search Console. You can't geolocate subdirectories, you can't geolocate subdomains. There's no way to geolocate URLs that fall into parameters like this, unfortunately, yet, at least. Right? So you will have this issue that you won't be able to geolocate to the UK all of these pages that belong to this English for Great Britain version. Bad, right? This is actually a huge issue. So there are actually 3 good ways to do this. The ideal way to target countries is through CCTLDs. with the country extension, .es, .fr, .uk, .de for Germany, right? Because they are already geolocated by default to those countries. You can also, if you have a GTLD, if you have a generic domain, a .com, a .net, a .info, a domain that is not already geolocated by default, you can also use subdirectories under that. So you have .com/yes, .com/fr, .com/br for Brazil, right? So it's easier and you consolidate everything in a single property, in a single domain, right? Much more easy. And then we have the third option, using subdomains. es.brand.com for Spain, fr.brand.com for France. All of this have pros and cons. The ideal one that we have using CCTLDs, the specific country extensions, might be the ideal one from a geolocation perspective because it already gives the geolocation signal. But unfortunately, it's not the best if we have little resources to grow each one of the websites' authority and popularity in every single country. Imagine if you are targeting 10 markets across Europe and the US and Canada, you will need a .ca, a .com, a .fr, a .es, a .uk, a .it for Italy. Oh my God! And you will need to do link building for each one of them. So even from a country perspective, it's true, the work is the same, but from a link popularity perspective, you will have more work because you will need to develop every single domain link popularity, right? .es, .fr, because they are different. They are different properties. So there is this middle ground, this better option, that is to use subdirectories with GTLDs. If you have a .com or a .net, you can enable subdirectories for each one of the countries, and you can register each one of them with the Google Search Console and use the geolocation feature from the Google Search Console to connect each subdirectory with its country. So Google knows that the /fr subdirectory is targeting to France, the /es subdirectory is targeting to Spain, and so on, right? And the good part is that from a link popularity perspective, you will use only a single property, a single .com domain. So you will be able to consolidate all of the link popularity in a single domain, so you will get more powerful easily, much more easily and faster. And you will be able then to leverage the links that you get from your US version to help you to grow from a popularity and authoritative perspective in Spain and in France and in other countries. So this is a good middle ground scenario that I love, especially if you don't have that many resources at the beginning, right? And you want to see middle term results, right? Results much more faster. And then you have subdomain with GTLDs. Subdomains with GTLDs are, unfortunately, if you see them, not good from a geolocation perspective because unlike the CCTLDs, they are not geolocated by default. And unfortunately, unlike the subdirectories, they don't inherit as easily the link popularity of the main domain. The main subdomain, because it's a www, it's a subdomain actually. So they are in this sort of mid-ground, of gray area. So because they need for technical result very likely, they need more effort to grow popularity, and they don't offer the good parts and the advantages of geolocation of the CCTLDs, right? So it's better to avoid using them as much as possible, I would say, just when you don't have any other option, because they don't offer nor the pros and cons of none of the pros of the other options at the end of the day. And this is the thing, right? And I have many of these challenges with clients in Europe, by the way. They start with the domain of their own country, right? They start with a .es in Spain, .fr in France. In China, I see that there are a few companies starting with their own one, mini.cn, right? With their own extension, .cn. Unfortunately, you cannot use subdirectories to target other countries if you are already using a .cn. Why? Because the .cn in Google is already, by default, geolocated to China. So you cannot reuse to target other countries. So in this case, Mini 1, for example, hopefully nobody from Mini 1 is here anyway. Mini 1, if they want to target different countries abroad, they should whether use .fr, .es, .it, or if they want to consolidate and grow much more easily and faster from a link popularity perspective, they can buy a .com and then enable a /us, /fr, /uk, and like this, at least they will be able to consolidate all the link popularity in this new domain that they will have to target internationally, right? And it's important that we also take into consideration that even if there are these domains .eu for Europe or .asia for Asia, realistically they are not really targeting Europe or Asia. A lot of people think that just because they buy the .eu, they are by default already targeted to Europe, and that is not true. Right? Google Treats, and you have here, actually don't worry because I see that you're making pictures, I will share the slides later on. So you have all the documents, you have all the resources, and you have all the supporting documents here from Google. So this is the official documentation from Google, and you can see how they don't treat this .eu or .asia any differently than the .com or the .info, right? So used by this then that doesn't mean much. So there's no regional targeting being supported by Google. And on the other hand, we have language targeting. A little bit of the same without this TLD option, right? We have subdirectories with TLDs for Spanish, French, English in general, right? And then we have subdomains with TLDs also, plus subdomains, es.brand.com, fr.brand.com, and so on. So again, they have some similar pros and cons than the others, right? And so it is important that here you verify, you validate which are the type of extensions that are already ranking well in these countries, right? So you can see if there are many TLDs, if there are many GTLDs. So you can see if it is possible for you to just choose a subdirectories under a .com or a GTLD in general and use them to target these countries. And this is the type of thinking that you should do, right? This is the flow chart that summarizes what I explained before, right? If you can use subdirectories under GTLDs, if you see that there are already websites ranking in that market with GTLDs, instead of going with a .uk or a .de or a .fr, go in a much more cost-effective way with a .com with a subdirectory. That will eliminate a lot of the effort, a lot of the pain, especially technically wise, right? And this is the thing, once that you choose a way, it's important to be consistent, right? And I have seen these cases, like for example, Dropbox. They supposedly have an English version, okay, for the UK, an English version for the US, and not else. So if I come from Australia and I am supposed to visit them, like I don't know where to go, I don't have an option. So it's important that you think of all if you're targeting languages, target language. If you're targeting countries, give options for all of your potential visitors here. Otherwise, they will end up being alienated even at some point. So once that you have your web structure, what is the next challenge that you usually have? It's ranking with the wrong URLs, unfortunately. And this happens sometimes because you have, this is an example, again, of this very famous brand in Denmark. Take a look at this. I am searching as if I am in Australia.com.au, and I'm searching for a branded query. This is branded. Royal Copenhagen plates. Because they have a plate section. They are a personal brand, right? And take a look at the first position here. Is the .com domain. However, they do have a plate section in their .com.au website. Why is the .com ranking here and not the .com.au? If they are using even the CCTLD of the country, right? It is very likely that they are ranking with this instead of that one, even if that one is relevant and has the content and has the proper extension, just because this one much more established from an in-popularity perspective. It's really authoritative. And Google by default will try to identify relevance, popularity, and will rank the best option here. So it's important that we tell Google in a much more direct way that they have a specific version for this market and that is the version that they should rank instead of the .com one. You can identify if you have these issues with tools like even the Google Search Console, and Ahrefs, Systrix, SEMrush. This is from Systrix, by the way. You can go to your different domains and see which are different countries, giving already rankings. And if you do have a version for any of these countries, this means that this traffic is going to the wrong domain, isn't it? This is not going to the .es, it's not going to the .fr, it's not going to the .de, but coming to the .com, for example, or the .cn, right? So you can check right away if you have this issue. You can also double check by going to the Google Search Console and lost. You can use VPNs, you can use extensions like SEO Minions that will replicate any results from any country and language here, and you will see which are the pages that are being ranked in any of them and compare them and see if you have this type of issues. And once that you have verified that you have these issues, the next stage should be to really check if the extension that you're using is an extension that maybe you think is geolocated by default, but it's not, because there's a list of domains that Google has that are supposed to be of countries, but they don't geolocate by default because they have seen that there are so many people using them that are not really targeting to those countries. Like for example, the .co extension is supposedly for Colombia. But that's so many startups using this .co extension that Google doesn't geolocate. So even if you are using a .co and you really want to target to the Colombian market, it's important that you geolocate the extension, the domain, through the Google Search Console. And this is how you can do it, right? This is the Google Search Console. You go to it, you go to the international targeting, and if you have subdirectories and subdomains, you need to register each one of them and geolocate each one of them to the right country. So Google knows that you are targeting this specific market with this specific property. And something that you shouldn't do is this. Take a look. If I go to Nike.com from Spain, they will redirect me right away with a 202 redirect at least, not 201, but 202 redirect to the Nike.com/yes version. Because they identify that I'm coming from Spain with my IP or my browser language, it doesn't matter, right? But this is not recommended. A lot of people like to take automatically the users to a specific version because they think that might give the best user experience, but it's not like this. Don't take me where I haven't asked to go, right? Even Google doesn't recommend it. Why? Because if you automatically redirect any access from a particular country, for example, all of the US access to the US version, most of the crawlers from Google, most of the Google bots only enter with US IPs. So the Google bot will only see the US version of your website. And you don't want that. You want that the crawlers, that the Google crawlers, the Google bots see all of the versions of your site. So it's better to avoid automatically redirect. And what you can do instead is what Amazon does here. When Amazon.com identifies that I am entering from Spain, they show me a banner saying, hey, we see that you're coming from Spain. We have a better version for you. Why don't you click here and go to the Spain version instead? Delivery and currency and everything will be much better for you, right? And then we can also specify the language in the country through HTML tags. And this is supported by Bing, the HTML meta and HTML client tags, but realistically, Google doesn't use this, right? So it's good practice that we use it, but what actually Google recommends to use, and we should if we can, at least with our top categories or the pages that we see that are having issues, are href annotations. Href annotations, what they do is to specify each page, language, and country version. And also there are alternate pages, there are alternate versions for each one of the countries and languages that you also target. The problem is that you target many, oh my god, you end up with this huge list. Like Jack and John's house, right? Take a look, this is jackandjohns.com in Spain, in Spanish, right? And they say, okay, this is Jack and John's homepage in Spain for in Spanish, and these are all of the other versions of the homepage that I have. So they don't need to only specify its current version, but all of the other current versions of that particular page, of the homepage. And you need to do this with every single page. So it's a little bit of a pain, I have to say. Take a look at this. This is the Contact Us page of this website, Brand Decay, that is targeted to Denmark. So this page should say that they are in Danish traveling to Denmark, and they have another version in English traveling to Denmark, and they have another version in English traveling to GB, to Great Britain, to the UK. So for every additional version of this page, they also should include it and specify it in the tag. And also, all the other pages that are the alternate versions should also include the exact same tag. So it's a lot of repetitive work, right? Yes, it is, but it's necessary. Because if you don't do it, then who will go through all of these pages and they will say, you don't have the tag referring back to your other language or to your other country versions, right? Realistically, it is a little bit of a pain. However, it should be easier than it looks to implement because you have here already the specifications for the language and the countries that you should use in the codes. A lot of people get confused very, very easily, right? And then if you have a generic version that you want to show for anybody in the world, it's your default version, right? Very likely in English. You have also this value that is called X default that you can show for every country that you don't specifically target, right? I have written about this many times. I don't want to get you bored or freaked out about this particular issue because you can actually, if you go through all of these resources, we can go here talking about this until 8 p.m. I don't want it, right? But you have articles that I have written here in the search engine land, for example. I show examples of very common errors in echelon annotations. This page here, take a look, EN UK, they are adding the UK value for the UK, and it's not the UK one. It should be GB for the UK, right? So very easy to avoid issues. Here, Skype for real, take a look. They were also adding the UK value for the UK, and you cannot add only a country value without a language. It should be EN-GB for the UK actually, not UK. So I have really tried to facilitate the implementation of this by creating this tool that you can use for free. It's this Azure Panel Generator tool. You can include the URLs, include the language, select the country, and you will generate the tags. So you can easily share them with your developers to implement this much more easily. And then ideally, before releasing this, you should test all of these implementations in a test environment, verify them with SEO crawlers, the crawl site, Screamfrog, right, Modify. All of them now have the integration for Azure annotations, validation, so you can see very easily if a page has or not Azure Plan, which are the values, if it is correct or not, and hopefully, once that you launch the project, you see that although you initially may have had a few problems, they are minimized over time, that you can eliminate the problems, that you make sure that every tag is correctly implemented, following the specifications, so they become zero at some point, right? And last but not least, because I am running out of time, unfortunately, I will go a little bit faster with this one. It's not adapting the expected traffic with the market segment, and in a lot of cases, this is because of a good localization, right? And I know that everybody wants to automate this. Nobody wants to spend time hiring translators or copywriters. It can be very cost intensive, I'm afraid. However, it's necessary to have human validation. We are not quite there yet with AI, right? And this is the problem, it's the context. It's the semantic meaning that some words sometimes have, even in the same language, right? Take a look at this. When I search for Copenhagen holidays in the US in English, take a look at the results are about public holidays, right? Because the meaning of the word holidays in the US is about public holidays, right? Festivities. If I do the same search in the UK in English, Copenhagen holidays, they will tell me about vacation packages and options for tourists in the UK who wants to go to Copenhagen. Because the holidays there in the UK is about vacation. It's not about public holidays. So you can see that even the same term, very generic, very easy to understand term, has these different type of meanings and connotations. So it's not possible, and this is why it's very, very important to localize as much as possible the content. And you can easily identify this when you are doing the keyword research by having a native validation and support. So again, another very simple example, the trousers terms in the UK. Trousers is the word that is used for pants. And you can see the different type of terms that that are related to trouser here, and the ones that are related to pants, because pants are more underwear in the UK, right? So you can really easily verify that there's something off, there's something wrong here. That's why it's important that, again, you have native validation to identify this, because it's not only about the terms, but it's also about the seasonality, right? So if you are targeting Canada, if you are targeting Australia with jackets, if you want to sell jackets, then of course people will tend to buy jackets and search for jackets right before winter in Canada, which is what, November, October, November. But in Australia, well, in Australia they have generally good weather, but in Australia, in some areas, they will search for jackets for the winter, which is what, July, August? So it's not the same seasonality. You cannot expect to have the same terms of searches or high seasons in every country, right? So it's important that you verify this very well, and you can see how very all brands do it in a very good way. For example, Adidas here in Canada, they use the men's pants term for the pants categories, and you see how Adidas.uk in the UK, they have the trouser name in the same section, because they know the difference that I told you before about this product. Thus, all the websites that are only targeting languages that have a much more easier life with this. So for example, the example that I gave before with WeChat, we see how they are targeting here is in French. Plus d'amis à votre connecté, chat, bien plus. The French is good, right? But they have a generic French version. It's not targeting to French is Canada, Québécois French, or in Quebec, that they have their own terms also, very influenced by English. So they have an easier life. You have an easier life if you have it. The problem is that if you really want to run for certain terms that are very unique in that country, you will have a harder time doing it so with a single page. So it's important that you again validate in your keyword research if that is the case for your industry and in your sector. If those terms are very unique per country. So you can, again, take that into consideration for your specific country for each one of them. And what I like to do is a matrix like this, right? For every page type, every category, subcategory, product page, I will have the different patterns for each URLs, because it's also important that each URL also is optimized with the proper term for each country too. And I will end up having something like this. For each page type, the URL for each one of them, the main keyword for that language, and for that country, the main keyword for that language in that country, and like this is that I will be able to develop patterns for the titles, the description, the H1, the data, also put the main content, the intro text for each one of them, and at some point, even if it looks a little bit automated, you can validate a little later, right? When you develop the content right like this, but at least it will allow you to, it will facilitate you to automate a little bit the generation of the content, but it's important that you do have native support in order to do it so. And here's another example again. In the Adidas web section for men's football boots, you will see if you go to the US that this is very different in the US. In the US, they don't call it football boots, but soccer cleats. So it's again very different. And here the sizes are the ones where they pay. It is in pounds, etc. So you see that it's not only about having it in English, have the English terms in the metadata across the mountain, but also making sure that it's the right term and giving the best possible experience to the people in this country. So hopefully, like this, I am positive that at least I have given you a few ideas how to resolve the most common issues during international SEO processes. I'm afraid we have run out of time a little bit already, but hopefully what this you will have the main. I will be staying here the whole day also. If you have any questions, any doubts, I'll be more than happy to hear about them. I'm very looking forward to share as much as possible with you today, because I think that we all share the same goal, right? This one, to see our traffic grow, our qualified traffic, relevant traffic grow across different countries, and this is better. To diversify our ROI, our revenue. Right? It's not only about growing traffic, that is okay, that is a KPI, it's not the final goal. This is the final goal. To generate benefits, to make revenue across different markets in a cost-efficient way. So hopefully this will help in that regard. Thank you very much.
feeling. To continue, one of the challenges that we face as webmasters is attracting and retaining talent, in particular, writers. We all need writers to write our articles, but not just anyone, the best people. Our next speaker is an experienced webmaster of over 8 years. He is a full-time authority site builder, and he's the founder of SEO Action. And the reason that we're all here today, please give a warm welcome again to Zhang.
先说一下，讲完这个再休息啊，我们大概有15分钟那个休息时间。So break time in 15 minutes later on. So after this, yeah, it's been a while for me to talk about this topic because I think a lot of you have remembered that I wrote 2 blog posts about how to hire writers, and then there's still one left to be published. So here we are. Oops. So for those who don't know me, here's a brief introduction about myself. My entire career has been surrounded with SEO. I call myself SEO, sometimes SEO. I've done what kind of SEO? I think all kinds of. I worked for a corporation before, two companies. One is in China, now it's a public listed company, and then the other is in the United States. It was a startup. My goal is to optimize the company's website at that time. And then I also worked for a digital agency in California, optimizing the client's website. And later I also have my own affiliate website. So those of you who don't know, we will have affiliate SEO Roundtable. But I found myself to be more interested on the third one, so affiliate SEO, because I like that kind of feeling to work for myself. And then, now I have a team of around 10 plus people working remotely for me, plus 1 full-time employee, which is he's also here, Luke. So 1 full-time plus 10 remote workers. A couple of quick introduction to my best writers and best editors. Okay. Oops. So I have Adrian, he's from Australia. I hired him on a platform called ProBlogger. I think he's 50 something or 60, I don't know. I never asked him about the age. But we also have Nico from the United States. She's a student in UC Berkeley. She's only 18 years old. And then we have been working together for about 2 years as well. And Thomas, he is probably the best writer and the project manager in my team. He's a designer, he's a developer, and a writer. So we've been working together for about 2.5 years. And the JC, that's the one I got connected in San Diego, which is referred by a classmate of mine. And we have been working together for about 4 years. So he has been editing my copies, mostly my copies, and some from writers I hired from Southeast Asia, because English is not their first language. Okay, here's a quick outline what I'm going to share. First of all, a few know-how quotes, which is the secret, or the things or the values I believe in terms of hiring and managing writers. And next, I will share with you what makes a good writer based on my own experience. And then how to hire them with step by step. And the best part, the most challenging part, is how to keep them, which I think it's the most difficult part. But I also share with you several secrets or something that I feel like very useful. I also share with you without any holding, how about you? And then a couple of final words. Yeah, let's start. Warning first, I know a lot of articles online as to how to hire writers, job platforms, all these kind of articles online, so I'm barely sharing what I know. I tried them, it worked for me, I also made a lot of mistakes. That's why this warning it may not work in a couple of months or years. And everyone's management style is different. You should find your own. Okay, first of all, the know-how. Number one, because we are all SEO, our goal is to get traffic, aka free traffic from Google. Then you have to understand what Google wants. And then Google's goal is to make their users happy and then take a market share because Google is a company. So question, is there any of you know the vision statement of Google? Anyone, you can raise your hand.
Not evil.
That's the code of conduct, do not be evil. 不要成为魔鬼. But the full vision is Google's mission, and the vision is to make the web's information accessible and useful. Make it something like that. In the Chinese version, 让互联网的信息能够更加有组织，而且对用户有用。So the goal is to make the users happy, so they can find more useful content. When they search on Google, they get the result fast. That's Google's goal. And then you have to, because Google's goal is to make users happy, then you have to understand what the Google users want, which is quality content that satisfies their needs. When you have a problem, how to fix this, how to fix that, what is the time in New York, and Google can display it almost instantly. And then they need the quality content to satisfy these needs. Next, you have to understand what is quality content. This is a very vague concept, I would say, because 10 years ago, quality content could be like just 800 words, you explain the topic very well, not that in-depth is quality content. You can rank it number one, but not in these days, especially for competitive terms like best stuff. Also, I think there's an attendee asking best iPhone data recovery. I think that term probably has hundreds of thousands of searches per month, which is very competitive. You need, I think, at least a few thousand words to rank on Google. And then your goal, if you want to be the number one result on Google, you have to write maybe a little bit more and make the content more useful and in any aspect, make it better than your competitor. I say 10x, 10 times is kind of an exaggeration, but you understand my point. And next, you have to know how to create the quality content. This all starts from analyzing your competitors. What's their weakness? Which point they didn't cover in that article? Or they didn't have enough like images, or the site speed is not fast. Anything that your competitors you find it's the weak point, it's also an opportunity for you. To write quality content, there are two ways. One is to write on your own. This is what I did since 8 years ago. I started to write for the web. It was very challenging for me. At that time, my English was not that good at all. Like many of you have never been abroad, 没有出过国. And but it was, how to say, a process. If you cross that 门槛, it will be much easier, trust me. So writing, it doesn't matter it's your native language or second language, it doesn't matter. It's all about the structure of the content. It's about how you think, how you, what's your goal, like how much you understand the readers, make it easy for them to read. And then you can also hire writers, which is what I recommend after you it's the right time for you to scale up, because you cannot write all day. In my opinion, I can only write 2,000 to 3,000 words per day. If I drink Americano, maybe 1,000 more, but other than that, my brain will be dead. So if you need to speed up, you need to hire. That's why I say hire to speed up. Hire to scale up, not speed up. Yeah. If you can do both, write on your own, and you're also good at managing writers, having a team, I would say you are unstoppable. Because even in my niches, I feel like either you can do one or you can do none. But very few people actually are good at doing both. I'm not that kind of both person. So good at writing, good at managing people, it's a really, really challenge. So that's why I say 99% impossible, especially for marketers in China. I know a lot of you are not that confident into writing, let alone managing writers from native speakers. But I also tell you some techniques to overcome this kind of 自信心不足 inconfidence. So if you ask me this question, what is your core competence for my authority site? As I say, I run affiliate SEO. I have a couple of authority websites, or you can say content site. And then my core competence is I have good writers, I have a good team. But it doesn't happen all of a sudden. You need to have the right process to filter through these, the writers pool, choose the one that fits your niche. Okay, next one. What makes a good writer? So for me, very simple. A good writer only needs to do two things well. The first is to, and then these two things are equally important. And the first one is he or she has to understand the niches or the markets you are in. So for example, you are in the computer electronics industry, then that person must be a computer electronic enthusiast or product manager, and at least a user. So he or she can use the product, so you have something to say, feedback, that is the basics of the content. So equal or larger than 0.5 expert. Because it takes a lot of time to be an expert in a niche. There is a theory called 10,000 hours. 10000个小时理论. I don't know if any of you heard about this. So to be an expert, you need to invest a lot of time and energy. So, but half an expert is achievable. And the second is, you know the domain, you have the domain expertise. You also need to know how to write, especially write for the web. Not write a book, not write an assignment, as I say, because I've hired many students, and the lessons I learned is the copies, the draft that turned out to me, it's more like a school assignment. It's for the professors. For example, it always starts with, it is very important that you should blah blah blah. It's actually very wordy. It's not, there's no problem with grammar, but it's just, when you read it, you feel like it's a waste of time. You just say, you should do this, you should do that. Use the action word. Step one, take this, do this. So that is more powerful words, simple and concise. It takes time to write well, especially for non-native speakers. So next, how to hire writers. Don't remember, we have 7 steps. So step 1, you need to understand what you want. This is probably the most challenging part when it comes to hiring people. A lot of readers might ask me, actually they don't know what they want. They just say, oh, I want writers, but what do you want the writer to do? Write articles. What kind of articles? And how are they going to write us? Tons of questions, it's a flow. You have to understand your needs. And also, if you want to hire native speakers, for example, in the United States, you need to have the right budget. If your budget is kind of low, then your target writers could be some people from Southeast Asia. Well, they are also first, the language is also first, but the economy and the living cost is relatively lower. And then you have to understand where your target writers are. So in the second slide, I have Adrian from Australia. I hired him from a platform called ProBlogger. And Thomas is from Canada. I hired him from Upwork. And JC, who is my editor, I got him from an offline network. That is my personal connection. So you need to understand where these writers are. So a lot of hiring platforms, but they all just come and go. But you have to know where they are. Some people may don't have a habit to check out these hiring freelancing platforms. They are just writing for big magazines like PC World, Macworld. You can also send your pitch to them and ask if they are interested in taking a side project. And the third, this is also very important, you know what your writers want. In my opinion, writers, most good writers, they don't write for the money. They write because they like writing, and then they like this kind of lifestyle, which is 生活方式. So a lot of them are introverts. They don't want to go out, look for a job, 9 to 5, which is kind of boring to them. They are more on the creative side. And then when they are in the writing mode, they want to create more. If they are not in the writing mode, they can take a break, go to a holiday or something like that. But some writers are motivated by money, which is easy to understand. We all need money to survive, but it's not the most important thing. That's my point. So money, experience, new writers, especially from colleges, some even from high schools, they just want the experience. It's more like a volunteering. You give them the opportunity, and they give you something in return, and then they will ask you to, I don't know, you probably don't use LinkedIn in US, in the Western world. LinkedIn is a very powerful networking tool. So you give them a testimonial that will help them maybe find a good job when they graduate. Okay, step 4. Now it's time to send your pitch. So say if you want to post a job post in Upwork, you need to craft a job ad. Or if you reach out to someone who are working for PC World, some big magazine that have full-time job, then you should send your email to the personal email address, which is not hard to find. And then there are a lot of, later I found a lot of communities like Reddit. Probably we don't use because Reddit is blocked in China. There's some Facebook groups, for example, the one I sometimes check is Writers Help Writers. So there are a few thousand members in that group. So a couple of points. Very important into writing the job ads. So you need to understand you are competing with other employers about how, because for example, Upwork, they only have 1,000 applications, and then you have 10 employers. You are competing with these 10 employers, whether they choose you or choose to work with others. So it's their choice. You have to make your pitch strong and powerful, and make it sound more funny or just fit your style, and make writers are confident in you. After that, filter those applications and give them a few test articles. Some people say, do you interview them, do you Skype or videos? But in my opinion, they prefer not to do that. It depends on the niche you are in. If you require your writers to be also show up in the video, then you can do that. But in my opinion, if they're just writing article, writing text, you don't have to. Just give them a few test articles, craft a good outline. For example, you're writing the best guide on data recovery. You should let them know what to write in the intro, in the body, and in the conclusion, and how many words, and what kind of the tone you want to use. For example, I always tell them to use conversational blogging, which is always use I, we, and you. Do not use the third person. And then once you have the applications, it's easy for you to understand which writer is better than the others, and whether they are sincere, or whether they are just want to take the job, make some quick money and go. So once you have the comparison, it's easy to fit out those good ones and decide whom to work with for the long term. So a couple of takeaways, because there's so many of that, you can translate that into Chinese. Okay, let me read it. First, good writers value creative freedom more than the rate you offer. The rate means the money. So I already said that. The second, hiring platforms come and go. I also said that there's no perfect ones, but you have it's easy for you to know which one are out there. And the referrals, offline referrals, are very powerful. If you can get a writer referred by a friend, that is more like a backup, a trust to deliver. So I also got several good writers from Ukraine, which is through referral channel. Because last year I visited Ukraine and then talked to some writers face to face. This is more powerful. That way you can build that kind of personal relationship, and then he or she will care more about your project. Writing job ads, well, because you are competing with other employees. I already said that too. Craft the detailed outlines of the pen test article. So writers, when they have a topic, best iPhone data recovery, they have no idea how to start. You need to tell them in the intro, you write 100 words to start off the article. In the body, cover this, cover that, cover that. You need to make it very, very specific. Ideally, you have an example article. Speaking of the example article, the best way is write on yourself, by yourself first, because you are setting a good example to them. Hey, this is a copy I wrote. If your writing is even worse than mine, you should feel ashamed. So this is what I do. I write, I don't know, 50 or 100 articles before I give them the outlines. and the example articles. This is very powerful. Then I can see that the good writers will analyze every element of your writing and make sure their copy is as identical as to the requirements that I set. So I like this kind of article who are detail-oriented. When you say detail-oriented, it's not what they're just saying, you need to show it. So this is the part that you can best prove that this writer is detail-oriented or not. Yeah, Skype offline meetings are good but not necessary. It's also sometimes not possible. If I haven't been to Ukraine, there's no way I will fly to Ukraine to interview a few candidates. It is very costly. Most writers are introverts. You know, I said that it's their lifestyle, they're on the creative side. That's why they like applying jobs online, not offline working. Also, very important, good writers like to work with employers, which is us, the high 招聘方, who are very organized. Because when you organize everything to make their life easier, they are also more confident in you. Because that gives he or she more hopes that you will have more articles to write, and then the confidence is very important for both sides. So once you have your writers, how to keep them? Very challenging, as I said, but it's not impossible. So first of all, have a clear and proper process. Do not waste the time, and then let them doing what they are good at doing, like just writing the content. Sometimes I don't even let them find the images, because as many of you are writing Amazon product reviews, I don't let them take the time to find the images. It's a waste of the time sometimes to take images from Amazon, which is a violation of the Amazon associate policy. So just let them write the text, and then I always pay them by the number of words, not based on the hours or the time they input. And then the writing flow, I will show you the example here. So this is a simplified version of how I communicate with my writers. So first of all, edit drafts. We have Mason here. That's my secret tool. Not a secret, but many of you know. I always do content research, topic research in edit drafts. Yeah, and it usually takes a few days. This is very important. It's worth it to make topics right. If you tackle the wrong topic, the whole course will be huge. So make sure you spend more time on this, and only do topic research when you are in the mode, when you are productive in doing this. Don't rush. And then I have the topic list. I send it to my writers, and then the writers will select which topics they are interested in. And then because this is also the part that you respect them. You do not give them any topic. Hey, you write this. Actually, they don't like it. So it's better for them to write topics they're familiar or excited about. Otherwise, the content quality would be maybe just medium to low. Yeah. And then I create an article briefing, as I just showed you, and then write an article. And then it's me to, once they turn in the draft, I review the draft. A couple of things to say here. I always read the whole copy of the content. Doesn't matter if there are any errors or not. This is a way to show your writer that you have read the copy, and sometimes just leave a good comment. My Australian writer, he's a tech geek. He has his house is more like a museum. 他的家里就是像一个博物馆、电脑博物馆一样。So sometimes you write the content related to the computer he used in 1980s, and I just comment, which is something like, oh, I say wow, and then smile, something like that. But you don't have to let them change anything. This is a way to show them that you have read and appreciate the content. And then after that, they take the time to resolve the changes. Don't make it too difficult to revise. I always, for example, take 2 hours, then I will make sure the time they take to revise the change is less than 10 minutes. Because that time is very precious. Take time to write the draft. If you need to make big changes, that means you are probably hiring the wrong person. So be kind to your best writers and make their life easy. Usually for me, it's 1 round feedback, and if necessary, in rare cases, 2 rounds. So 1轮就可以了，不用第2轮。And then a pay. So because I used to stay in the United States, I always have the habit to give tips, and then they like it. So if article is worth 100 US dollars, I always give them 150 or something like that. They are happy, especially for good content. I sometimes pay 120. That gives them a signal that you really like that content. Sometimes I pay 110. That means I'm okay with that. So they give you $10 bonus. Give them a little bit hint that this article is it's probably not that great compared to the last one you write. So they understand that, the nuance. But nowadays, I pay my best writers on a monthly basis. I don't pay based on article basis. Because I want to reduce management cost, and then it's always then to they have a spreadsheet, how many words write, how many hours they invest. I pay on a monthly basis. Second, you need to give your writers the necessary setups and tools to write a good article. For example, I'm in the PC and Mac computers niche. My writers sometimes mostly are using PC, like many of us do, mostly PC, 85%, only 15% are using Macs. If you have a piece of Mac software to test, then you have to have the machine. So that's why they call me Mr. Generous, because for the 3 writers I have, I gave them 2 iMacs, brand new. I said, a brand new MacBook, which is to Nico. She's a student, kind of 有一点点贫困. So I bought a brand new MacBook for her, and she was so excited. I cannot believe it. We have never met each other, and then I sent a brand new MacBook to her, and then she even showed that to her parents. Yeah. And then only one requirement. I said, Nico, if you work for me for 1 more year, this MacBook belongs to you. So this is a way for me to keep her. Same with Thomas and Adrian. I get them 2 brand new iMacs. But what they didn't know is actually the money comes from their writings. Because I'm affiliate SEO when they write content, rank on Google. I get the traffic, I monetize the traffic, and then I get the earnings. So I'm affiliate of Amazon Associates. And then because I don't know, many of you know, like Amazon have affiliate program in US, UK, Canada. In the UK and the Canada, I cannot use deposit direct, so I always use Amazon gift card to receive the payment. And when it stacks up, it's a few thousand pounds for UK. So I spent that to Adrian for that for that iMac, and he asked a friend in London to mail that iMac to Queensland, Australia. 3. If they are open to you, you can slightly talk about life with them, because writing could be boring, and then especially for those of you who are working remotely, you both are curious about how each other's life are about. If they are open to you, be open to them. So talk about life. Sometimes they talk about relationship with me, which is kind of surprising. I can see that the trust increased to a new level. Couple of examples here. So any of you play basketball knows that Toronto Raptors won the NBA title this year. So Thomas is based in Toronto, so I sent him a message at the night. I said, how is Toronto like tonight? And he was super excited. It's like everybody just drinking, shouting, and doing a lot of crazy things. This helps build the trust, and also let them feel that you care about life. You know that what's happening in Toronto. And talk about everything related to Australia and the Queensland to Adrian. And then US, it's a lot of topics that I used to live there on the US president election, school work, alongside you talk about. You can just ask them anything related to that country. So number 4, respect, care, and be helpful. But how? So because a lot of writers, they are more the people who are introvert. They don't want to be a millionaire or billionaire. They just want to live a normal life. But sometimes they need short finance. So a couple of weeks ago, my Australian writer, he didn't tell me exactly he's in short of finance, but I can feel that it's a kind of that. I don't know how. Like it's hard to explain. Anyway, what I did is send the $5,000 to him in advance. We say you just keep writing and you can use the money as well. It's just you owe me $5,000, and then you use your writing as the content to how do you say that? 去抵这个文章的这个抵那个5000美金。Okay, you understand. Help them, and then when they don't want to write, do not push them because they are not article writing machines. We all people sometimes will have ups and downs. You don't want to do the work. I don't want to go to the office. It happens every month or every quarter. So when they are not in a creative mode, do not push them. Give them some time. Show your respect to their work. They will be more motivated. So there are a number of ways to show your respect. First and the most important is just review the copies as detailed as possible. Read every text, every sentence they write. This is the best way to show you respect their work. And you also should be friendly to them. When you talk to them, if they make some mistake, just slightly point it out, because in Western culture, they hate because they demand you to do something, because you are actually not their real boss. You have never met each other. You do not have any contract. So another secret I use, I listed a couple of dates here. Anyone know what does that mean? Anyone? Sorry? Thanksgiving. Yes, Jason, you know Thanksgiving, 感恩节. So I feel this is very incredibly powerful when it comes to Thanksgiving. You give, you thank your writers, you thank your friends and families. I usually send an Amazon e-gift card from $50 to $100, and set to send on that day. And then I set a reminder on my want list, which is to-do list I use to keep up with every items I do. You can also do the same, but you have to understand that Thanksgiving has different meanings in every country. In the US, it's different from Canada. And Canada is different from Australia. You need to find the festivals that are important to the writers in his or her countries. Not necessarily, sometimes you consider this in New Year's, but New Year, too many messages. Here it comes to an open question when it comes to leadership, because you manage them, you have to show your leadership. There are two kinds of leadership styles, which is, the first one is give trust. The second one is earn trust. Quickly explaining, give trust is if you don't know this person, you don't trust him, or you trust, they give him 100. Okay, let's use this sentence. When you meet a stranger, do you give him 100% trust, or do you want to give him 0% trust? And then everything they did to increase or decrease the trust, you add up or decrease the score. That means give or earned trust. Give trust means I meet you, I give you 100%, I trust you 100%. Everything you do that damage our trust, I will decrease to 90, 80, 70. This is a model that I learned in business school. And the other side, the earned trust, I give you 0 trust when we meet. I don't know you, then everything you do that helps increase the trust, I will add it up from 0 to 10 to 100. So for me, I personally prefer to use the formal one, because I like giving trust to them, and then this is also a way for me to show that I trust them, I respect them, so I care about them. But sometimes a lot of people say you should use the later one, because the cost of trusting the wrong person would be huge. But I don't know, it's an open debate. So a few minutes, right? So final words. Keeping good writers are much more challenging than hiring writers, as already said. There is no such golden rules as to follow on how to manage writers. You should find your own system. This is incredibly essential for you to find your own pace. This is the other thing that your competitors cannot copy. You need to find the core competence, build your own system that works. 3, treat writers like people just like us, not article generation machines. People just like us, we all have feelings, don't demand on them to do anything, respect them when they're not in creative mode, do not push them. And finally, a lot of people ask me, especially readers, if I'm from China, how can I manage writers from US, Western world, which are more developed than us? And we say race or nationality doesn't matter, they are all just human. on the earth, global citizen. You have to be confident in yourself. If you cannot cross that line, you cannot be a successful online marketer. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.再看看有没有人在下面留言的，要我问我问题了哦。先从那个 APP 开始。这里好像没有问题。if any of you have a question, you can raise your hand. 我们鼓励 APP 问问题哦。
我想问一下，就是一篇文章你的预算是多少？1000字的文章，这是第一个问题。然后
第二慢一点，我一个个来一个。So this question is for 1,000 words article. What's your budget? Okay, I answer this one. For me, I pay based on word account. So if it's a new writer, I pay him like 5 cents per word, which means $50 per 1,000 words. But if it's written by my experienced writer, best writer, I pay him maybe $100. So 5 to 10 cents per word. But it depends on your niche. Yeah. Second question.
OK。第二个问题就是现在很多 niche 上面的话呢，会每天更新一篇 blog， 这种方式你觉得是有效的 SEO 方式吗？
So his question is. A lot of sites that have a weekly update, is it more effective on SEO? My answer is no. Publishing velocity has nothing to do with ranking higher or lower. 发布速度没有任何影响。So sometimes I can publish 10 articles a day, or don't publish 0 articles in a month. It doesn't make any difference. And to add up on that, sometimes updating old articles is much more efficient than publishing new articles.
OK， 谢谢。
你好，有那个我在 APP 上问了，你看一下你有没有错吗？
我看一下，网速不太好。
对。
哦，我看到了。Okay, you David fan?
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is how to make research content topics using Ahrefs. Please share some tips. I think the best person to answer this question is Meng from Ahrefs. She's here today. Do you want to answer this question, or you prefer me to answer?
You can answer. It is also okay.
It is also okay. I add a couple of words and then I give the mic to Meng. So for me, okay, just share with you one technique. Is put your competitor, which is better than you, and then put his website in Ahrefs. Reverse engineer the top ranking articles. Analyze which other topics they have some room to improve, and then you choose that topic or not. And this is the quickest way. Another way, okay, maybe you may have something to say.
So what John said was correct. With Ahrefs you can see you can put in any competitor's website. Hello. And then you can see the top the pages which are giving them the most traffic. You can see the pages which give them the most links. And then you can also see, you can put in the competitors' websites and yours and see what keywords they're ranking for but you're not. You can also put in the competitors' pages and yours, and you can see the links that they are getting but you're not. So these are all low-hanging fruit that you can get. And in terms of the question was about how to get content topics, right? Yes. So with our Content Explorer, there's another tool that we just relaunched. You can also look through more than 1 billion pages on the web, and you can filter by organic traffic, number of referring domains. You can filter all these things to see what are the topics which are worthwhile to write. These are also another tip. And there's so many other tips, let me think. Yeah, basically, by putting in your competitor's website inside Ahrefs,
you can see all the different metrics. Even to the content that's most linked, which was what I mentioned, and yeah, so with things like the pages with which the competitors are getting the most traffic, you can see every single keyword that they are ranking for. Yeah, and you can see which ones are also getting the most things. So things like this give you a better idea on the content. There's actually a lot more that I can share, but a bit over with the number of things that I want to share. Maybe next time I can share more tips. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, do we still have time? Okay, there's one more question here. It says, 线上或者线下通过什么平台找到写手? So what are the hiring platforms, online and offline? So offline first, the best way is just to fly to that country and attend some community event where some writers usually go together, share experience. Always you just do a quick search on meetup.com or there's something like eventbrite.com. You search for writers related to the topic. If they go there, you go there, you talk to them. If you're lucky, you can find maybe one or two writers. So online, there are a lot of them, as I just mentioned. The first one is the most popular one is the hybrid platform like Upwork, ProBlog. I found Upwork to be more general, and then the quality of the candidates is just okay. But ProBlog is much better. They are all more professional experienced writers. Other than that, there's also a website called contentspeak.com. It's not a hiring platform, but it's a way for writers to show their profiles, to show that, oh, I have worked right for these magazines. Then you can just send an email and say, hey, do you want a new job, a new side project, and here's it is. I want to invite you. If you are available, let's set up a call or do a test article. Yeah.
首先表示感谢。想问一下，就是有两个问题，一个是您跟写手之间联系是给到某个话题，或者是给到他一个那个梗概，或者是你要做一个就是你的段落要有一个分析，怎样跟写手给到他明确你要的主题，还是说全由写手来发挥？懂我意思吗？
我懂，我在想怎么把它翻译成英文。这个，你能用英文表述你的这种？try 一下，试一试。
You contact with your writers by you give the article work to your writers by some structure of the subject or just write by yourself. I give you title and you write it by yourself.
Okay, now I understand the question. So you're talking about the briefing and the outline. So okay, here's what I do. For my experienced writer, now I just give them the topic. For example, best iPhone data recovery software. They know how to write it because we have been working together for a few years and know the structure of the content. Start with, for example, first few sentences, 100 words, just to engage with the audience. Second part, quick summary, your recommendation, use bullet point. Third part, how you test it. A lot of correct criteria, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fourth one, our recommendation, why it's great, and then you list a lot of alternative or competitive. This is just the structure of the flow. Once they get used to that, they understand what you want. But it takes a little bit of time for them to be familiarized with the process. But once they get it, you don't need the briefings at all. You just give the topics. But make sure they understand the search intent behind the topics.
Thank you. And the second question. You can't manage these writers by yourself or by your team. Because we have some project in our company, and you are very super in managing these writers. But in our company, there are so many projects, different websites, and for different markets. So you manage writers by yourself or by team.
Okay, that's a good question about the structure. So if you have, like, say, 20 writers, there's no way for you to manage one by one. It's simply impossible. You need to set a structure. You set, for example, why I say that Adrian and Thomas, they are editors, they are also project managers. I'm letting Thomas managing a couple of writers and Nico in charge of 5 other writers. So I train the writers how to do the article and then I hand over the task to my project manager. Especially Nico, she's a student, she is willing to take new tasks. This is also a way to motivate your writers. Yeah, because they don't like doing boring work, sometimes it's okay to give more responsibility to them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
And ideally, one person is a rule, 4 to 6 people maximum. You cannot let one person to manage more than 6 people, that's impossible. The efficiency will go down.
First of all, thanks for your speech. It's very awesome. And I'm a very newbie in affiliate marketing. And I have 2 questions. The first question is about the niche, choosing a great niche. Because recently I have chosen maybe my interesting area don't have the high ticket product. So maybe I'm gonna choose another one. So I want to ask how you balance between the traffic and the money.
That's a good question. When it comes to choosing a niche, which I usually do is choose your target audience first, and then evaluate whether you have something to deliver and whether you are excited about the market. So if you ask me to write something like medical stuff, which is, it's good money, good market, but it's also a lot of competition. But the best part, the main reason is because I don't like it. It's just killing me if I want to write medical related stuff. Why I'm feeling headache. I have to do a lot of medical research. It's a lot of pain. Always put your interest first. For example, if I'm good at playing PC or net games, and you write some affiliate articles about reviewing the best gaming monitors, gaming mouses, and then you find your competitors' sites, weakness, what they are not doing great, and then you write better content. At the same time, if you are a new website, you also have to build links first. There's a lot of things for you to do, but you need to prioritize everything. Yeah.
Cool. That's very cool. Sorry. So I'm still wondering if the reviews website is still well functional.
It will function unless Google put a hammer on all review sites if they don't provide any value. So your content has to, as I say, have to satisfy the search engine users' needs. Make it more high quality, better than your competitors. Somebody will appreciate you once the users show that they are interested in your site by staying more time, like 10 minutes, and then that is a way. Google also has this kind of click data. They understand that that user is interested in your site. A lot of users are doing like this. Then Google's machine learning algorithms, they know your article is probably high quality. They will rank you higher. It doesn't matter if you're a small site or a medium site compared to a medium site. That is how I do. I always compete with PC World, Mac World, TechCrunch, you name it. It's all big brand, but there's always some chances for you to pursue. Yeah.
Cool. Just the last question. So sorry. How you just prevent your writers and publish the content instead of you? Maybe you ask them to write content, but they can. They can publish by
publishing or uploading content is another different task. I have my virtual assistant, and sometimes I upload the content. You do not let your writers upload content because it's boring, it's tedious, it's not worth their time to do this kind of
things.
Yeah, so hire a VA, train a college student. We just went to Vietnam SEO Summit and we hired a VA from Vietnam. She's a college student. We are paying like a domestic rate. She's happy, we are happy, and we are more efficient. We can focus our energy on something else.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Sure.
You might want to sell it so you can free up some of those resources and then work on other endeavors. Our next speaker, he is the head of digital marketing at Dr. Wealth, one of the largest personal finance and investment sites in Singapore. Okay. And as a part-time affiliate marketer, he was able to build a website over the term of 1.5 years and then sell it for over $68,000. Okay. Please give a warm welcome to Bowen Khong.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank JP for inviting me here. 我会说一点华语，但是我华语没有很私下聊天的话还行，但是要讲到 SEO 的话，很多词还是不会的。所以你今天在这里献丑，我还是讲英文比较好。如果有什么问题的话，我在私下还可以跟你们聊天。对。So when I first started my affiliate website, a friend of mine told me that, Bowen, insert your affiliate links and it will change your life. I thought he was quite exaggerating, but now, thinking back, I think he was right. Hi everyone, my name is Bowen. I'm the head of marketing in one of the largest financial companies in Singapore. For Singapore, and I have 3 whole years of experience in SEO. So during my leisure time, I built affiliate websites. So after I've done my introduction, I would like to hear from you guys. Can I have a show of hands? How many of you are doing SEO here? SEO agency? Okay. How about e-commerce? E-com? Anyone doing FBA? Amazon? Okay, there are a few hands. Okay. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised because it's an SEO conference, so I would expect that most of you all here are doing SEO, but seems like only like a good 30-40%. So that's how I begin. So it was here in the traffic light after my work. It was 6 p.m. and I was a little bit reluctant to go back home at the time because I just built on my second website, a website where I talk about Pokemon Go. It's a website that I use Google AdSense to monetize my traffic. Initially, the website started well. I made some money, a few $100s every month. But soon, as you all probably know, Pokemon traffic died down. So I lost all my traffic in a matter of weeks. And soon after, I lost all my earnings as well. I was very disappointed and upset. And I asked myself whether should I still continue this SEO journey or this marketing journey. After all, none of my friends knew what I was doing. And my family wasn't very supportive of me at all. Because as a usual conservative Chinese family, our thought has always been study hard, go to university, get a better job, and then work for the rest of your life. But for me, this is not the life that I want to pursue. I want to have more control in my life. And one of the ways to have more control is affiliate marketing and online business. So around this time, I got to know about this podcast or website. It's from Authority Hacker. So they shared about how to build affiliate website for authority sites. So when I was in the traffic light, I took out my phone and the earpiece and then listened to their first episode of Authority Hacker podcast. Right after that, I got absorbed immediately. I was so excited that I immediately consumed all their starting episodes and started to read all their blogs, articles. But then somehow something struck me that maybe this third time would be different. Because at the time I was still very hesitant. After all, I felt many things. 3 years back, I was doing some personal blogs where I write about stock analysis, about Singapore stocks. I did have some traffic, but somehow I couldn't find a way to monetize. So all the traffic was useless. Then I run an AdSense site, Pokemon Go. I couldn't make it as well. Have some early successes, but then was short-lived. I even tried my hand on SEO agency for a couple times. Didn't work for me as well because I'm an introvert. I didn't really talk very well, so I'm not a good salesman. So selling SEO is the last thing that I want to do. Then, at the time, I was very active in various online groups. So one of these online groups called Club Living. So this Club Living, there's a lot of internet marketers there. So I was quite active, and somehow over there, I met a friend, a guy from Vietnam. that he told me about affiliate SEO. He said, Bowen, coincidentally, I also want to start building authority website. Maybe we can start together. I thought it was a good idea because it's very daunting to just start right away. Then from him, I get more confident. So he also shared with me the ideas that, affiliate websites, you can even sell it for high multiples. For example, if the website is earning 1,000 net profit, you can sell it for 20,000 or even 30,000. I didn't quite believe him at the time because I was a little bit doubtful and it seemed too good to be true. But nonetheless, I still willing to give it a try. So the way we began wasn't very original at all because this was my first affiliate website. So how did I do it? I copied successful websites. Yeah. Steve Jobs once famously says that good artists copy, great artists steal. So I steal, right? So the way I began is I copy from successful websites that I admire. So there were these two websites that were very popular back then. One is Tari Review, the other one is Then This. So I spend my weekend, non-working hour, studying their website every day. So there were some of the things that I established after spending weeks studying their website. The first one is you need to have a program to monetize your traffic. If not, you can have a lot of traffic, but then you still can't make money. So those traffic become useless. It's good for, maybe it's good for your ego that you see something that keep rising, but then if you're not making money, it's pretty much useless. So I choose Amazon. So Amazon is actually the equivalent of Taobao. I think you all probably quite familiar with, right? Okay. So one best thing about Amazon is that they have millions and millions of products. And you don't have to worry about not being able to find product to write about and rank. Anything you can think of, they literally have it. So it becomes very easy to create, to sell an affiliate website using Amazon. Then the next thing is, after you have an affiliate program, you need to find keywords, right? So you need to do keyword research. So one of the tools that I use at the start is Ahrefs. I think just now some of the audience have just asked JP and Meng. So Meng is very excited now. So the thing about Ahrefs is easy. As I say, I'm not an original person, so I like to copy successful website. So I put my competitor website on the URL here. Oops, let's see. So it's this part, yeah, correct? Then after that, they have this one feature. It's called top pages. It's over here. Can you see it here? Okay. So when you click top pages, a few things happen. First, you can see what websites, what articles are ranking for. Second, you can see the keywords they are ranking for. And third, you can see the search volume. Alright, I think I did one. So you can see the search volume over here is like that's something. So this establishes a few things. First of all, you know what keywords has traffic. If the keyword doesn't give you any traffic, then you don't write about. No matter how passionate you are, if you want to go there and make money, if the keywords have no commercial value, you don't want to produce, right? So over here you can see a lot of keywords. But the trick is, not all keywords are useful. There are some keywords that you just don't want to rank about because it's not relevant to the site that you're building. So one of the examples is this. See, because the website I'm building is a review website, I'm not an e-commerce store. My job on the website is not to sell product. My job on the website is not to explain things to people. So this keyword, like drain cleaner, just the word drain cleaner itself, is useless to me. So unless I'm doing maybe services, or unless I'm doing e-com store that's selling products, this kind of keyword is not what I'm looking for. Instead, there are three kinds of keywords that I pay attention to. The first one is best X. Later will explain to you one of the examples what do I mean by that. The second one is best X for Y. The third one, of course, is something review. So here are some of the examples. Best screen cleaner. Yes, that is the keyword that I should be looking for because it's a recommendation keyword. It's a commercial keyword for my review site. Another one, actually there's a best DVD player for car. So this is longer tail keywords. It's easier to rank because it's longer tail. You have your competition tends to be weaker. The third one is ABC review. For example, whole house fan review. It's quite possible. You can still rank. You can still make money. These are commercial keywords. But for the site that I was building, I mainly focused on only the first one, which is best drain cleaner. So right after I have set up my account on Amazon Affiliate, I know a way to monetize. Second, I know what keywords I should be writing about. The third part is the tricky part, which is how do I get the content out. So can I have a show and how many of you don't like to write content? Or are not confident in writing content? Okay, great. Because I'm one of them. Yeah, my English isn't very good, so I'm not very good at writing content as well. And even if I can write content, I have a full-time job. When I have a full-time job, I don't have time to write content. See? It's really tiring. I work 8 hours every day. How can I find the time to write content? The solution, of course, is to outsource content. But outsourcing content is not cheap, especially someone like me who works 9 to 5. You need a pretty good budget, right? So it depends what you're looking for. For me, at the start, when I just built a website, I look for much cheaper writers. So instead of the US writer or UK writer, I look for Filipinos writer. So there is this website that I use to hire Filipinos writer. It's onlinejob.ph. You can check it out. So you can hire a lot of Filipinos there. And the best thing about Filipinos writers is that when they were young, they were studying American English. So the articles that they produce still read like American. So that is the plus part. And as you can see, I didn't actually pay them too high of a rate. It's probably about $15 per thousand. Actually, it's per 1,000 words. Yeah. So what's the next thing? After I set up the Amazon account, I done my keyword research. I put out a team of freelance writers. Then, of course, the next thing is to launch a website, right? To kickstart the website and see how it ranks. So a few months have passed after that. I have some movement in the ranking, but wasn't a lot. On the 5th month, I started making my first $100 revenue, advertising fee. But it wasn't very smooth because after that, I did the mathematics. And the sum doesn't make sense. Because at that point in time, I already spent $5,000. And I made only $100. And you can probably guess it will take me 15 months to recover my cost. And meanwhile, my friends from the Vietnam, he was already making like $500-600. And he also spent about $5,000. So I was like a bit panicked, like, oh, no, maybe I'm going to lose another time. Maybe this will be my third failure. So I was very scared. Then I started to reach out to him and I asked him, so what do you do next? So after you put out the content, after you've done your SEO and all that, then he said, okay, Bowen, maybe you haven't done your link building. So perhaps you need to start building backlinks, right? And as we all know, backlinks is very important in the whole Google game, right? If you don't have backlinks, it's impossible for you to rank. So the first backlinks that I built is social media backlinks. This is not very uncommon because in the web we have so many social media profiles. We have your Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, Google Plus, and all this. So what you want to do is you set up all these accounts and then start to have bio in the social media property, then provide backlinks to your homepage, to the page that you own. But here's the trick, you don't want to create 10 Facebook accounts just to link to your website. That will be very spammy. But if you have just one Facebook account linked to your website, that is totally fine because it's natural. And after all, social media those Facebook or Google Plus, they have very high authority in the eyes of Google. So you can get some basic level of trust at the start. And lastly, it's not difficult to get those links. Yeah, it's very easy. Just create an account and get that link. So the second one is I'm not sure whether it still works now. At that point in time, I also did some high quality guest posts. So what I mean by high quality guest posts? So guest posts, right, essentially is you go to blogger website, their blogs, maybe like mommy blogs, right? They somehow write about maybe electric scooter or what, and if you have articles that rank for best electric scooter, so you find niche relevant article. You go to the blog, you put comment, try to value add. At the end of it, or at the author side, you can include a link, a URL website. Then I use that link, point to my money page. Okay. So at the time, because this requires a lot of work, so I don't have a lot of time back then. So what I did is I hired 2 virtual assistants. So virtual assistant essentially is online, how should I put it? They are usually Filipinos, where you can hire them, you pay them a rate, an hourly rate, probably like $2 USD, and they can help you do all the office work. So I have 2 VAs to help me. First VA, we'll go and scrape all the data online to find a list of, say, mommy bloggers. Then the second VA, we'll go to these mommy bloggers and contribute content on their blog, their comment site, and then link back to my money page. The third one is I did some guest post outreach. This one is even more tedious than the second one, because this one you have to reach out to publication and tell them that you want to contribute a guest post, you want to post on their website. Then on the article, you then have a backlink point to your money page. I did a few of them. I don't have a lot of success on this because it's really difficult. Then nothing seems to work as well after these 2 months passed. At this point in time, I was already a little bit panicked already. It's quite panic actually, not a little bit. Because I already spent more than $5,000 and every month my cost kept going up because I was paying writers to publish articles. So it's like, oh, what should I do next then? But I didn't give up. I continued to learn from people. I continued to read blogs, listen to podcasts. I continue to study, optimize my website, and I even went to Chiang Mai SEO conference in 2017. So that is JP, right, John. So in this conference, one of the biggest takeaways that I had is they use a link building strategy called private blog network, so also known as PBN. So PBN is essentially a network website that you own to provide backlinks to your money sites. So, but this PBN is non-Google compliant. In other words, it can be a little bit risky. Yeah, if you get caught by Google, if you leave any footprint, they can penalize your website, and then your ranking will suffer. Or you can say goodbye to your website and start a new one. But I decided to give it a try. Because one of the things that I learned from this conference is also that they have a way, or better way, to use PBN that reduce your risk of getting caught. Not 100%, it's still risky after all. But somehow I decided to give it a try, and magic happened. 魔术发生了那个时候。So after the next few weeks, my ranking started to improve drastically. A lot of keywords from page 2 to page 3 suddenly jumped to page 1. Those that at the bottom of page 1 suddenly appear in top 3. My traffic increased, so my earnings also increased. At the end of that conference, I made my first $1,000 ornamental. I even post on the community group that I was in at the time. Then on December, the traffic continued to increase. So on December, it becomes $2,000. Yeah. So if you see the date is February here, that is because Amazon usually pay you 2 months late. So December commission, they will pay you like February. So you gotta wait 2 months. So that's one of the pay side for Amazon. But anything after that is okay. Yeah. Then after that, a few months later, I start to reach its peak, and it becomes $3,200. So at this point in time, I almost break even already. All the $5,000, close to recover, not yet. So at this time, I was so happy. It's like, oh, finally I make it something. Something is working for me, right? Because my first 2, 3 endeavor all failed. So this is the first time that I start making money online, and it feels very good. After all, I also have a full-time job. Then at the start, you are collecting some paycheck. It feels really good. You suddenly can afford things where you otherwise wouldn't be able to. So it was an amazing feeling. So the moral lesson here is that your site will get stuck somehow when you do SEO. It's very common. But don't give up. Continue to learn from people, and then continue to read articles or podcasts, or reach out to experts. Eventually, one day you will make it, right? So now I would like to share with you a little bit side story on my part. So at the time, I was a stock analyst in a financial education company. So one day I approached my boss. That because I have some successes on my affiliate website, so I approached my boss to propose an SEO proposal to him. Say that, this is the website that I was doing at the site during my weekend. And maybe I can help the company to achieve this kind of successes as well. Why not leverage with the success? We have some success, we have results to show. Why as well go and persuade your boss? We asked him to improve his website. And finally, how could he resist? He agreed. So over the next few months, I used all the things that I learned from building my website to the company site, whether is it on content or link building. So there were a few things that I did at the time. Firstly, my company website is a financial education company, so we publish a lot of content. It was initially started as a blog as well, so we have a lot of thin content. So the first thing that I did was I compiled all this thin content. There are some content is useful when you want to compile together and transform it into a comprehensive guide, and then you can rank for some of the short tail keywords. Then there are also a bunch of content that are maybe very opinions, but then there isn't a lot of SEO value. They are probably only like 300-400 words. So for such content, I will remove them. So these are a few things that I did. I also changed some of their title, the article title, to make it more SEO friendly. Because previously, the website was all about personal stuff, right? So the next 10 months, the result was quite good, right? Over the next 10 months, the traffic increased from 17,000 to 45,000, and it was a 300% increase for my company. So of course, after that, I got a series of numbers of pay raise, and eventually I got promoted as a head of marketing. So what's the moral of the story here? Building niche websites can also get you job promotion. So don't waste it. When you have some success, try to utilize it, be creative. You may get something out of it. Now, back to my affiliate website. At the time, I was averaging about 3,000, about close to 3,000 plus minus. Sometimes it go up, sometimes it went down. So I was thinking, okay, so how can I then increase the earning? Because at the time my job commitment started to increase a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to manage the website. And my cash flow was also quite tight. So I'm thinking that maybe my Vietnam friend was right. Maybe I can sell the website. Why not give it a try? I was very nervous. I didn't know what to expect. I've never sold a website in my life before. And I wasn't a good seller either. Then I approached a website called Empire Flipper. So has anyone here heard of Empire Flipper? Okay, there's 3 people, 4 people. Okay, so Empire Flipper essentially is an online business. It's a brokerage company where they help you buy and sell websites. They have a marketplace. They have a huge buyer database. So if you want to list your website, you can approach them, and they will help you. They will help you reach out to the buyers. So what I did next is I submit my documentation to them. So you will ask for things like what is your earnings, what is your traffic, what is your link building strategy, Then they also ask you about what's your cost and all that. Then shortly, less than a day, they will then reply you your valuation. So this is the valuation that I got. So they told me that my website worth 27 multiples. My average net profit at the time is 2006, minus the cost and all that, net earnings. Then they give me a list price, $72,000. So I was, of course, super happy. And I said, yes, I like to list my website. So this is not a sales yet, this is just listing. Okay? So after that, within 2 weeks, very fast, there were so many people interested to look at the website. Because when your website is listed on their marketplace, your URL is blurred. So people cannot see your URL unless they deposit some money. I think it's 10% or 5%, I can't remember. So in 2 weeks, there are like 20 old people to make deposit just to review the website. Then in about 2 weeks' time, there was one buyer replied the message, and then he asked me, I would like to buy your website, but I would like to have a 5% discount. So what do you think my answer was? No? Yeah, of course I said, yes, I would like to sell you my website. After all, it's just 5% discount. So I sold the website to him, and after that, the next stage is migration. It took me about 1.5 months to get the whole website fully migrated. So it's a very troublesome process. You have to submit a lot of details. You have to, your Google Analytics, your Amazon account, you have to transfer to the other party. And this was a very long waiting time. And at this point in time, you still have not received the money yet. But entire people's side, they receive the money. The buyer make the full purchase price to Empire people. So Empire people will lock it. Then until the migration is fully successful, done, then I receive the fund. So 1.5 months passed, and of course I received the money. So the thing about Empire people is that you also have to pay something called the brokerage fee. The brokerage fee is about 15%. It's high, no doubt. I think most of the brokerage business probably charge you a couple percent point. But for me, it's definitely worth it because I didn't know how to migrate a website. There are so many risks involved. And after all, you have an expert team to help you to do the migration. And the next thing is, I think the incentive also aligned in one way that on the Empire people, they make a commission based on the purchase price. So they have the incentive on your end to make the purchase price as high as possible. So I have no issue with that. Imagine I sold the website and I got a fund. So in total, I earned about $68,000 in a period of 1.5 years. Okay, so this $68,000 comes from my net earnings, the earnings that I got close to $3,000 every month, to the sales of the website. Okay, so here are 3 key takeaways that I hope you all can get out of this presentation. So the first one is it's possible to make passive income at the site. It's not easy, definitely. It's hard, you will get stuck. But don't lose hope. Keep going, keep reaching out to people, keep reading, keep testing. One day, eventually, you will make it. The second part is when you have some results, try to leverage on that result, whatever. Maybe your website has some success, try to do some, I don't know, agency or whatever. Try to stack on those results, one higher than the other. I think it will be very good. It's possible. The third one is starting website can be quite profitable. So, this is not the slide. So, after I sold the website, I got a promotion and all that. I've been working for this company for I think 3.5 years, and I felt very tired already. Like, after all, it's working for people. I'm okay to work 12 hours or 15 hours a day, but at the end of the day, I always ask myself, who am I working for? Am I working for myself or am I working for other people? After all, I feel like I'm just an employee. It's very hard for me to get out of the rat race, and I value the kind of ownership a lot, the kind of flexibility and freedom of life. So I make a decision that at the end of this month, I will be leaving my job to build a affiliate website full time. So why did I do that? Because right now the climate is this. Big companies are very interested in buying review websites. In fact, these two are the two biggest news over the past 2-3 years. Wirecutter is a general product review website. It sold to New York Times for 30 million. This one, there were a lot of talk in the marketing community. The other one is let's talk about is Value Penguin. They ran on some of the credit card keywords in Singapore, best XYZ credit card and all that. And they sold for 105 million to Lending Tree. So Lending Tree, I think is a paid loan kind of company. So in this situation, I thought that maybe I can also get something out of it, right? So of course, that's why I decided to leave the company and start my own. So at the start of the presentation, I talked about that this friend of mine. He told me that Bowen insert your affiliate link and it will change your life. I thought he was exaggerating, but now thinking that starting an affiliate website, I think it probably has changed my life. So this is my details, and if you want to talk to me outside, we can talk. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Anyone has questions?
Thank you. So, do you mention the PBN, right? And do you buy the paper service or you build the PBN?
Okay, sure. So the thing about PBN is that it's very risky and there are a lot of low quality vendors out there. Most of the time I wouldn't recommend to even buy PBN. And to build one PBN is actually very tedious. There are so many things to watch out for. And if you are not an SEO agency, sometimes it just doesn't make sense for you to build PBN. So now you are in this middle, on one hand, build PBN is very tedious. On the other hand, there are so many low quality vendors. So how did I approach it? I somehow happen to know someone who I trust and provide good PBN quality. So that's the only thing I can say about. Yeah.
So, do you have any resource for that?
Yes, I do have. But I'm not sure it's good to share here.
Let's talk a bit about it.
Yeah, sure.
I thought you've mentioned, talk about guest posting in your presentation. I just want to double check how much money you invest in per post, per guest post.
No, actually for guest post, we try not to pay the site owner, because if we pay, that means the sites are probably accepting money from other websites as well.
I mean, because most guest posts, they require your original content.
Yes.
So,
the content part?
Yeah.
The content part is easy. It's just my Filipinos writers, and then they just publish 1,000 words. Could be like $20, $30 USD. Depends on the quality of content.
Okay. Have you ever managed how the percentage of the success?
No, very low. It's very low for me.
Over 1%?
Like maybe I reach out to 100 people, I only can get maybe 3 or 5. Then there were the rest of them are mostly like guest post from. They are just land marketers trying to make money off people who are doing guest post outreach. Then they will ask you, oh, I only allow you to post on my site if you pay me $100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, anything else? Aaron?
What are you going to do after you serve this website? Any new plan, any relocation?
Relocation?
Lifestyle
change? No. Yeah, I bought some. Of course, I bought something for my girlfriend. Then, after I saw the website, I went to different conferences, different SEO conferences and digital marketing. Because for me, I'm always a very eager guy to learn. I like to learn from people. Then conference is one of the best ways to network with people and learn things. So I usually just spend the money to go overseas and go conferences. In terms of most of the money, I usually save out because after all, doing business is risky. You don't always hit it right on the way. Maybe you try 10 things, only 2 things work. So you need that capital just in case things goes wrong.
All right, that's everything. Give him a hand. All right, so as some of you might have experienced, building links to commercial pages can be a challenge, very difficult, right? Who here has had trouble building links? Okay, raise your hand, you know that you have. I was expecting everybody to go, oh, definitely me, right? Okay, especially the commercial sources. So our next speaker, he is the founder of
Bowen, thank you.
Okay, and what else was I going to say? He is a digital marketing specialist, consultant, right? Based here in China, and he is going to tell us how we can build links to e-commerce sites. Thank you. Give it up to
So thank you, Jason, for the nice introduction. Hi, everyone. Zhang here. Today, I feel honored and very excited to share with you guys some SEO and reading stuff here. But since the majority of the audience is from China, so please allow me to give this speech in Chinese. Thank you. Also, I hope you guys can enjoy this. So I've heard enough English today, 所以就在中国观众更多的地方，你们不觉得需要有更多的中文吗？同意的请鼓掌。Thank you, thank you. So please forgive me another sentence of English. Link building strategies that works for e-commerce sites. Okay. Let's get to the point. 有人说 link 已经不重要了，或者说 link 的重要性在降低。就谷歌的这个算法排名来讲啊，我来举几个反例。我最讨厌的就是说 link 不重要，因为我本身是一个 link builder， 然后我很多的项目，我很多的实际的经验都结果 SEO 结果都是大量通过 links 来实现的，所以我要打他的脸。第一点啊，我们通过 Search Engine Land 它上面的一个报道，他说谷歌的前员工 Andrew， 他说 links，OK here， links, content and rank breadth are the top 3 ranking factors in Google。所以说 links 很重要啊，这是谷歌前员工说的。Next one。OK。这个是 SEMrush 的另外一个报告或者研究啊，我来给大家讲一下横轴。OK， 这里是横轴，对吧？横轴就是 position， 就是它的一个排名，关键词的排名。纵轴 referring domain， 对吧？然后这里是那个 search， it's hard to do this search volume group 啊，它有4个组。对吧？大家可以看到10001，对吧？这分成几个组？这个说越到上面，这个搜索流量是越大的四个组。OK， 这个是他们得到的4个 comments， 就是4个 conclusion。那么我们来看第一个，他说 the higher the domain's position on the server, the more referring domains it has or requires. This tendency is consistent for all search volume groups. 通俗的话来讲啊，我们听得懂的话来讲，就是说这个域名它的排名想要越高，在谷歌上的排名想要越高，它需要的 referring domain 就是需要它的外链域名数要越多。通俗来讲，就是外链需要越多啊。然后这个规律在不同的搜索量的这个4个组里面是保持一致的，是连贯的，是持续的。那么再通俗一点来讲，就是排名排得越好，外链需要越多。第二个 ，the more popular the keyword for which the domain ranks, the more referring domains it has， 对吧？ 这个听得懂话来讲，就是这个词它越 popular，那么通常体现为这个 search volume 就会越大，那么通常也会来讲，就是这个难度就会越高，就是越难的词，你需要越多的外链去支撑它，去给它排名，这是他们得出来的规律。Third one, every domain that ranks for a high volume keyword has on average 4 times more referring domains than the domain from the low volume group on the same position. 好，比如说我们那个第一个是最上面那个10001，然后我们挑选下面它一个就是1001的那个，这两个组我们同样是排在第2名啊，同样是排在这个第2名，它所需要这个更大搜索量的这个词，它所需要的外链的一个数量是次一级的搜索量这个 group 的一个4倍，平均来讲是4倍，就是搜索还是印证的那个，越搜索量越大越难，你需要的外链数更多。第4个 ，the lower the keyword volume, the less impact a number of referring domains has on the position of the domain. 他在说什么？就是比如说我们有4个组，那下面就是1到100那个，这个是搜索量最小的一个组。那么如果你的目标关键词是在这样一个区间，它所需要的外链数是很少的。那同样它还有一个规律，就是你外链对于它这个排名的一个影响是这4个组里面最低的。这个就是我们体现为通常有些人他也问我为什么我们必须要一个网站它必须要外链才能够取得 SEO 排名吗？会有很多人在问。对，在这样一种情况下，是的，在这样一个竞争非常低，然后非常长尾，然后特别是它的结果数，搜索结果数，这个网页互联网上存在于讲这个话题的页面数是非常少。在基本上在这2种情况下同时发生的情况下，我们就会发现有些词它并不需要外链去支撑，它就会排得很好，对吧？这个第4个规律在讲这个。所以总结一下，SEMrush 它的结论就是外链很重要，而且外链越多基本上是越好。好，引用第3点，这个第3点大家可以看到是 Mossblog 上面发表的一篇文章，然后这个比较新19年4月刚做的，然后有一个公司叫Roundtable， 对吧？他做的一个调查，这些数据我引用这些数据基本上是基于调查研究来的，不是一个主观的我觉得怎么样，但是没有一个客观的一个支撑，对吧？所以我觉得还是比较具有可信的一个程度。对，好，过程我就不讲了，我们直接到 summary 这一个，他就说 links still show a strong correlation between links and ranking， 对吧？就是。links 还有 ranking 这2个的这个关联性还是非常强，非常 strong， 对吧 ？links matter。然后当然他还补充到一点，就是 the nature and the quality of those links matter too， 就是关联的数量固然重要，但是你的这个数量得在这个质量解决的基础之上再来谈这个数量，这两者是一个很好的一个结合。OK， 所以第3个，那好，那我们就到了这个通过这3个。打脸的例子打那些人说外链不重要的人的例子我就得到一个清晰结论，就是外链对网站的 SEO 排名至关重要。那么电商网站它也绝对不会是一个例外。OK， 那么一个问题就是，居然外链这么重要，那我们去狂造不就好了吗？这真的有这么简单吗？对吧？那我们看看谷歌怎么说。这是谷歌自己的那个 Webmaster Guidelines 上面的1.0 scheme 这个做 SEO 做外链的肯定对这个东西是非常熟悉。他说谷歌的态度对于这个 link building 他的态度 ，Any links intended to manipulate page rank or site ranking in Google search results may be considered part of the link scheme and a violation of Google's Webmaster Guidelines. This includes any behavior that manipulates links to your site.or outgoing links from your site。我第一次看到这个的时候，我觉得非常的吃惊。他说 ，any links intended to manipulate。就我个人来讲，我做 links 难道不就是 intended to manipulate to boost my ranking 吗？这个就是我们做这个 links 的它的一个初衷他说 外链，只要你主动去做，都是 violate， 都是 violation。这个我是非常惊奇的，所以我不断的去嘲笑我自己，我经常自诩，我称我自己是一个 white hat link builder，white hat。可是在这里谷歌这样一句话，我就瞬间就觉得这个词已经不再适合我了，所以大部分的 SEO 都不能讲自己是 white hat。OK， 这个是我一直在自嘲的，然后我还给他编了一个故事，他说，Hey Google, I do networking with other influencers in my niche, and they link to me, so I'm white hat. So Google says, no, you intend to manipulate your search ranking. You filthy sparrows. 这个就是我最后得出来这样一种感觉。好，他第二个要点，他就是说他提倡的，那么既然所有主动的外链建设都 violate 它，那么他对于这个外链建设他到底有什么这个看法？然后他补充到一点啊。The best way to get other sites to create high quality relevant links to yours is to create unique relevant content that naturally gain popularity in the internet community. 这里他强调什么 ？Naturally gain popularity， 这个是他的要点。然后我又不禁在想啊，就是如果啊，这个就是他这个观点跟我个人的这个观点是非常冲突的。我始终觉得 Google 是 liar。SEO 它是一个操作者 practitioner 非常主观能动性非常强的一个行业。如果说我都是被动的去等待，被动的去等待人家make myself good enough， 然后让别人来这样被动去推广去等待的话，我觉得这个 results 会比较差。然后这个跟我一直强调的是，谷歌是一个SEO 是一个主观能动性非常强的，这个是非常相违背的这样一种观点。所以我个人的经验来讲，我不会相信谷歌说的每一句话，或者说我只相信经过我验证的谷歌说的那些话。当然我并不是说我跟谷歌来对抗，但是第二点我就说，我相信谷歌说的这个 the best way to do it， 这个是有道理的，而且会有人通过这样一种方式，让自己变得更好，让别人来奖励，通过在某些情况下会取得一个成功，但是并不是所有的情况下都能够取得成功，而且应该讲是，就我的经验来说，大部分情况下都不会取得成功，因为为什么 ？I can't wait。这个我会在后面给大家来补充一下。OK， 好，然后再补充一点，就是颜色就是我们说的白、灰、黑，对吧？这个是最流行的这种颜色。我觉得在这里的话，就不要来争这个颜色。我就说，既然任何主动性的外链建设行为都是违反谷歌的政策，那我们就不用说自己白帽、灰帽或者黑帽。其实我说我自己是白帽，并没有显得我会比黑帽更高级、更高端，或者在 level 上压到他们。这个并不能让我在那个道德制高点上去踩他们。第二个说，今天我们不要给自己戴帽子，我只是给大家来分享什么 link building strategy that can work for e-commerce site， 这个就够了啊。至于它是怎么样的，根本就不重要。OK， 第三点就是我们在做电商生意的时候，它很多时候是 KPI 或者 ROI 为指标 ，SEO 的手段不重要，它需要为这个结果来让步。当然我是一个 agency 啊，我们公司叫品贝，我是一个 agency。当然我不是来这里来招揽生意的话，我这个告诉大家是因为等一下我分享案例是我们客户的，所以给大家交代一下会比较有这个 context， 让大家去理解一下会比较好。对，我们是一个 SEO and link building agency， Hangzhou in Hangzhou located in Hangzhou。OK， 好。然后我今天去分享的就并不是教大家去how to build links， 是站在一个我们做一个 service provider， 对吧？一个 agency， 它比如说客户他需要什么，我们日常在做的，我们想的最多的这些东西都是什么？就是我们尝试站在一个为客户服务的角度去讲，为他们考虑的角度去讲，去思考这个问题，去做电商 SEO。OK， 根据我的经验啊。 这个跨境电商的 business owner 他们在乎是什么？对于他们来讲啊 ，SEO 这种手段在一个电商生意的初期，它最多只是一个，如果是一个5人游戏，比如说 DOTA， 它就是一个辅助位，4、5号位辅助位，它不是大哥位。大哥位什么？更多是让给了导流的 Facebook 或者Google Ads 之类的，就是让为广告，因为他们更快。所以并没有需要，即便我们今天是一个 SEO 大会，并没有需要去把 SEO 提到一个很高的一个位置，它怎样就是怎样。我觉得这并不是特别重要，在初期，特别是一个电商生意刚开始还没有能够验证它这个转化，验证它这个受用的一个欢迎的一个情况下，广告是更好的手段 ，SEO 不是。OK， 第二点就是这些 business owner 他们要处理的东西太多了啊，他们只是要求是效果，他们要的就是效果，然后他们的团队可以去执行，然后一旦发现这个方法是 OK 的，是很好的，他能够有一个办法，有一个可以去快速去放大它的规模，这是他比较关心的。然后电商生意实在涉及的环节太多了，需要采货，需要管理人员，需要发货、物流，它比这个 SEO affiliate business 要麻烦得多。这些 business owner 他更多的精力可能放在那些部分啊，所以其他的环节占据了他的大部分的时间和精力，他没有时间和精力去深入去了解这个 SEO 怎么样。这个就是现状，就是我作为一个 agency 得出来的他们的一些需求，他们的一些状况。所以今天来跟他们谈，比如说去谈如何去做这个 ultimate list of good strategy work for e-commerce， 他们不会懂，比如说这些你跟他谈 ，OK，the best strategy to build links to your e-commerce site, build community， use PR stunts, make your products memorable。你看每一点 ，every item on this list requires a ton of energy. So it just 对不起，中文，他们没有办法去做，他们不在乎，你让他们去做了，他们很难去实行。OK， 那他们需要什么？他们需要他们那边的团队干预是最少的，他们的工作量是最小化的，最少的麻烦。然后就整个 SEO 的这个工作来讲这个外链建设是最容易外包的，所以这个是他们比较关注的。然后这个结果又要好，超出了他们的一个 SEO 效果，然后他们的预算还在他们可以承受的范围内。就是给我们去合作的客户，基本上小的我们也不会做，是因为现在这个外链建设的一个成本投入其实是非常高的。我们会建议就是它的起步在20万人民币1年这个都是1年，然后多的话可能会过到7位数，对。然后如果有需要，可以快速放大这个工作量，然后这个可以 scale 快速去 scale 上去，得到一个爆发式的增长，这个是他们需要关注的。然后电商网站它的一个外链的一个获取和建设，它可能跟内容站可能有所不同的地方。首先效果最好的肯定是链接到它那个你想要去什么页面去排名排什么字，肯定是直接给到它，这个是最好的。但是就是给这些个home page、category page 和 product listing page 这些 commercial page 去做这个排名的时候，有些时候并不是那么容易，比内容页面来讲会更难一些，因为这个直接就有 commercial value， 对吧？这个你很难去说服，如果用白帽这些方式去做，很难去说服对方，这个是一个特点，对吧？第二个是说你自己客户的这个网站它做得不够好，用户体验不够好，或者比如说现在有些产品它像电子烟之类的是，对吧？还有那种日本的动漫、卡通抱枕之类的，有点这种比较尴尬的那种产品的话，就是会遇到它推广是非常受限的，所以就是这个有它的一个特点所在 ，e-commerce。对，就所以从它讲的话，就是为 commercial page 来做外链，其实是 非常有挑战性的一个工作。我当然知道，就是还有基于内容营销式的外链获取，为电商网站为所有的 commercial sites， 我当然知道。然后我还有个课程来讲这个，当然我后面会用实例去证明我是知道的。OK， 这个实例就是我们的一个客户 Project Motion， 它销售什么？就是这种传动的这个配件，它是一个表面上是一个 B2B 的，那 B2B 或者 B2C， 那么不需要有一个明确的界限。它虽然网站上没有办法直接下单，但是有一些人客户他通过邮件联系到他说你一个卖不卖啊？我卖你打钱到我 PayPal 吧，我就卖给你。所以一切基于产品的这样一个网站，我们都叫它电子商务网站啊。这个说明一下。OK， 我们可以看一下它的一个数据，根据 Ahrefs， 因为这个 Ahrefs 根据我自己的一个经验他们这个 organic traffic 现在是 1.4K 根据我自己的经验，对比过很多网站的 Google Analytics， 还有这个大概是可以翻倍再多一点，所以它实际的每个月的一个搜索流量是在3000左右，当然不算大。因为这个是一个非常狭窄的一个行业和产品，大家也不要失望，因为我后面会给大家分享一个流量比较大的这样一个网站，只是用不同的网站、不同的案例去说明不同的事情啊。这就是我们在做agency 或者 link 的时候的 1.0 版本，就是我们最初的版本。最初的版本是什么？我们相信谷歌说的 "Don't be evil"，你来做白帽吧，对吧 ？White hat，所以我们非常去遵循它来做 ，OK， 所以我们做了什么？我们做了很多的 outreach， 比如说这个，大家可以看到这个什么，一个大学 college， 一个大学网站的 resource page， 对吧？我们做了很多的 outreach， 我们得到了这样的概念，很好的概念 ，OK。大家可以看到它实际的一个表现，对吧？在一个 resource page， 而不是一个commenting spamming commenting 或者一个 paid post from college students blog， 然后 we have 就是他们这些 neighborhoods 都是相关的 legit business， 对吧？相关的所以这种外链是非常好的。OK， 然后我们又做了什么？我们在他的网站创建了 infographic， 对吧 ？We are doing content marketing。creating linkable assets， 对吧 ？OK， 然后我们有了这个 linkable assets， 在网站上面我们做了什么？我们又去做了 outreach， 又去找到了这个网站啊 ，niche authority website，niche authority website，machinedesign.com。OK， 我们 outreach 到他们，对吧？然后我们说我们创建了一个很好的信息，你们来吧，对，我们是白帽，对不对？我们是白帽。那么我们也去做 guest post， 那么做了同样还是 authoritative niche websites，automation magazine， 对吧？可以看一下它的数据，98年，然后它也是有 NDA 的，然后one link in the body article to the infographic page， 然后这下面是到首页的一个 author bio。We do guest post, and OK， 所以我们的外链获取方式很白帽然而就是我刚才跟大家讲的前提，就是 you will have to wait more than 1 year to see considerable SEO traffic growth in some cases. It's like this. 好，那第一年大家可以看到非常尴尬。第一年我们给他做的，他是17年，然后到18年，这个都是1月份。就是我们用这些很好的白帽来去做，但是你可以看到这个成长是非常缓慢、非常有限的。然后第二年这边就取得了一个很大的一个突破，对吧？从那个 organic traffic 到这个排名前100的 keyword 的一个数量，大家可以看到这两个是相对应的。所以第一年效果比较差，第二年会比较好。对，是为什么呢？那么当然跟这个第一年 它是一个新站啊，他找我们做的时候连网站都没有，新注册的域名我们要给他做网站啊，这是一个新站，大家都知道 sandbox 对吧？在这个过程可能就没有那么快，这个是一方面的原因。另一方面呢，是因为我们的外链获取实在是太慢了，没有办法去支撑这样一个快速的去成长，对吧？这个是我觉得是我做这个 agency 最大的一个痛点。到时候等一下下一个我跟大家来分享一下。OK， 可以看一下我们为他去做的外链，对吧？这些就是实际上都是他实际上做成功的这些外链，大家可以看到 DA， 对吧？Up to 这个是有77，然后这些基本上都是 niche relevant authoritative websites， 对吧？然后它这是 content marketing base will link to infographic and other info assets on the site， 是要 white hat， 是 what。OK， 所以另外一个要点，在你解决了这个外链的获取的质量的一个前提下，数量才是决定你这个 SEO 的一个能级、SEO 的量级的一个更为重要的一个维度。我发现了，对，所以我们的去做这个 agency 给这些客户去做服务的时候，我们的一个困境是什么？上外链的这个速度太慢，规模上不去。那么你想获得一个巨大的成功、巨大的一个收获，这个是很困难啊。这个图可能不太清楚，大家可以看到啊，比如这个就是网站，然后这个就是我们员工的一个沟通状态，是 outreach live。对，我们大量去做这个 outreach 工作。对，刚才那个是一个网站一个案例，那么另外一个客户也是差不多的这种比较细分的 niche site， 另外一个 business， 那么同样的也是这样的规律，第一年效果比较一般，但是第二年就会很好。就是大家如果做一个小的 niche 小的行业，竞争也不是特别的大，对，然后你采用这样一种方式去做 OK 的 ，OK， 只要你去坚持，然后去把这些 white hat 所谓的 white hat 这个东西 links 把它做好，对吧？你可以取得结果，你可以取得一个在你这个niche里面相对还好的结果，但是你要去坚持，对吧？这个的话，我们就是大家可以看到我们的排名啊，这个 position， 对吧？排名基本上都在首页，然后这个都是2个词的产品词的一个排名，产品词的一个排名就是他们想要的，对吧？这个对于小的niche站是非常 OK 的，就大家可以去做。好，所以我们来总结一下，这类较为细分的niche网站，效果好的 SEO 外链它的一个特点啊，当然这个是基于我们的操作经验，你可以参考，但是不是一定的。OK， 就是从零开始的这样一个网站啊，它的域名可能也是新的域名，然后它的基础 SEO 基础是非常薄弱，甚至连网站的内容基础都是非常薄弱的，对吗？这类网站他们的 SEO 目标应该只需要在本细分行业里能有一个较好的 SEO 表现即可。通常要求为操作 SEO 1年以后，一些目标的产品能稳定排在5个首页，或者有一定的规模的 SEO 流量，可能是根据行业可能是几百或者几千啊，好一点的稍微大一点的行业就是上万，这些都可以。然后就是每个月的一个量。这一类的操作方式，我建议就是它的1年的预算大概20到50万之间，然后可以自己学习的时候自己建立团队自己做。但是它有一个缺点，就是你招募不是那么容易，招募训练以及这个策略的一个养成，对于这些普通的 business owner 来讲，都够他喝一壶的。所以这个的话，短期的性价比不是很高，学习的 learning curve 比较长，2-3年以后的性价比会比较高，但是操作难度对于一般的水平的 business owner 来讲，其实也不是非常容易的。对，第二个办法是找有经验的靠谱外包。请放心，我不是在推销我自己啊，不用找我。现在我已经 overbooked， 我已经太多的客户了，不是推销我自己，不要误会。OK， 然后这个就是我们说的这个困境啊，就是我们的困境遇到的一个最大的问题是什么？我们如何去帮助客户网站取得一个更为快速的一个成长？这个就是我们面临最大的问题，也是我们一直在孜孜以求的一个答案。要找到一个公式，找到一个方面的去解决它，对吧？ 同样的时间，可能下次的话，比如新的客户进来，我们不需要花1年就可以见到这么大的一个成长啊。OK， 这个答案在下面。OK， 如果刚才那个案例不够过瘾，我们再来分享这样另外一个，这个是比较典型的面试网站，典型的 Khong， 它是一个卖眼镜的，准确来讲，它的主要产品是近视眼镜。近视眼镜，那我们知道近视眼镜的话，我们通常得去那个眼镜店去配那个光，对吧？验一下自己有多少度之类的，对吧？他们就是在搞这个事情，他们只是把这种生意搬到线上，通过一些技术手段去引导用户，对吧？你可以去找 local doctor 之类的，对吧？你把这个东西数据弄过来，然后就可以在这里买。眼镜啊，其实在中国的外贸行业里，其实一直被认为一个非常暴利的一个产品。它的成本是非常低的，成本可能只是它售价的1/6、1/7，甚至10分之一都有的。对，所以大家来了解一下它的背景这个网站的量就会稍微再大一点。比如说大家可以看到它是 organic traffic 大概是12万，那么就我刚才讲，它应该翻倍，实际的流量应该至少是翻倍的，对吧？它大概在25万到30万之间的一个月的 SEO 流量，月 SEO 流量，不算其他，比如说买广告啊，或者直接或者其他的 whatever， 对，不算其他流量，就是光谷歌来的流量是这样的。然后它的一个成长的一个区间，大家可以看到，好的时候有20多万去的，那就翻过来可能有将近50万的一个月流量。这个我觉得月 SEO 对于很多的大部分的这个中小的这个 e-commerce business 都已经是非常 not enough 这样一种感觉，所以这个会比较有参考价值。但是他们面临的像这种类型的网站 business 呢，它面临的问题以及它关心的点，其实跟前面那种比较小的不太一样。这个我会给大家来讲。OK， 然后我们来介绍一下他的一个背景资料，就是这个客户他在找到我们之前，这个网站就有一个相对稳固的一个 SEO 基础。他们老板也懂，他们之前做了什么？做了很多年的那个红营销，主要是什么？主要是giveaway 或者说 free products exchange for review。那么在 SEO 上面来讲，那么天然的就 sponsor post、sponsor products 这种。对，他会有一个 backlinks， 对吧？那实际上客观来讲，他也在做 SEO， 对吧？那 blog collaboration 这个是他们做了很多的事情，做了很多年，然后这个也很多给他们带来很多的直接的 refer traffic， 这个有一些直接会产生购买，那也有一些的，这个是电商最常用的一个运营手段了。那当然客观上我们从 SEO 角度去看 linkbuilding 这个角度去看待它，这个也是起到作用的啊。但是有它的弊端，它的弊端是什么？因为这种明显是什么 products of money exchange for backlinks， 这个是谷歌应该是比较明确的去反对说这就是一个 paid links， 而且是非常明显，而且是什么detectable 有很多的 pattern 去能够抓到它 footprint 去抓到它，所以这个是你如果光依靠这种其实是不好的，所以它这个网站它既这样去操作，既给它的 SEO 带来一些好的结果，这个其实同时也给它设置了一个很大的限制，就是这种东西做太多，其实并会把它天花板会压住，会有天花板，它还需要其他的词汇再去补充它。OK， 所以这个客户他们感兴趣的不是花样的 SEO 这个外链获取的技巧，什么 resource page link building 啊，什么 link reclamation 啊，什么 PR。这个 helper report 他们不感兴趣，他们只是说如何要达到自己的目的，看我们能不能帮他，对吧？所以他们的现在当前的营销目的是什么？网络小品牌这个方向去走，他们需要是网络上有更多的 mention talk about。OK， speed up。他们的这个就是他们的需求，就是他们不需要外链，不需要 SEO， 他们只需要一个 branding 这个需求不一样。OK， 快速的，所以。中小的这些合作部他们自己能搞定，他们需要的是中大型媒体形成的网站来进行软文的宣传，正面的品牌体系和塑造，提升自己网站的知名度，把自己的 level， 把自己的逼格往上提一点，对吧？比如说一些大网站能也来讨论我，他们的主要目的是找我们是这样的，对吧？ 所以，然后他们没有兴趣什么，就是内容营销他们没有兴趣。我什么需要去出现 linkable access， 什么 infographic， 我不想搞，我这个不在乎，我又不在行，我也不懂，对，不要直接给你否掉。他们我有钱，直接来用我嘛，来预算来驱动这个那个成长啊。他们懂 SEO， 他们知道去推软文就会带来 SEO 价值。SEO 结果对他们来讲只是一个 bonus， 不是一个主要的一个问题。OK， 我们来看一下这个网站的 competitive landscape， 对吧？几个不同的最上面是 Bowen， 对吧？接下来是它的另外一个对手，下面这几个都是竞品啊。大家可以看到就 DR 来讲这边的 authority 之类的 rating， 对吧？这大家差不多，它没有特别的差啊。然后第二个这个 referring domain， 就是它的外链数，其实在这4个当中是还可以，还算比较多的。然后但是跟它不成正比的时候，它这个 organic traffic 是4个里面最少的。这个也是我刚才讲的，那种 blog 那个 collaboration 这种 paid review 这种东西做多了 ，holding them back， 就是把他们，对吧？也是给他们做了一个天花板，所以他们可能需要更多的不同类型的，比如说我们将要帮他去做的这种mention branding mention 这种东西来平衡，可以帮他们去 balance 整个这个 link profile， 因为他现在来讲，他 paid links 做的太多了，所以他们这种 SEO 策略，你说其他对手每天都在进步，每天都在增加，然后他自己如果没有去进步的话，其实以后面再想跟上他们那就更困难。当然organic traffic 这个数值的话，它不单单是跟这个外链是有关系，它只是有很大关系。那么比如说页面的 target 是否是长尾，然后你整个网站的其他的各个方面，对于整个的流量规模肯定是有影响。但我们现在只是单单从这个 link building 这个角度去切它这个 links 是有这样的一个缺点。OK， 这是他们的要求他们说，对于站点的要求，他们权重要在中上，目标站受众要以英语国家为主然后我们会用 Alexa 去分析这个 audience demographic， 那我们就知道大概的一个情况，对吧？然后做的是真正的媒体，年份久一点哪怕是地方性或行业性的媒体都好，但尽量不要去做那个 blogger， 因为 blogger 他们自己可以做。然后文章的利益，就是软文的利益的写作角度，就尽量的去讲到粉问.com， 然后就是来一小段就好了，不用多了也难写，但是只是一个 mention， 还有加上一个 link 还是不够的，他们需要能够有一个介绍，软件介绍文章的角度要准。他卖的眼镜主要是那种近视眼镜，它不是美观，不是体育的，它也不是太阳眼镜，对吧？它是用于矫正或那种辅助视力的所以是一个功能性眼镜。对，这个是他们给的利益。那么 OK， 对，那么如何去满足他们？所以我们看待这种行为，它更多是online PR 网络公关，而不是标准意义上的只是给他做外链，它的着眼点比较高，外链只是一个附带的一个东西，对吧？所以要是基于我们之前的那种操作方式，对吧？我们接到niche网站，我们接到小客户以后，我们再去做 outreach， 对吧？我们去找那种niche relevant 的这种 targets， 然后去做 outreach， 就完全赶不上这样的客户，你这样生意就做不了。所以，要是基于我们之前那种操作，等有了生意再去一个一个去找行业相关的这种网站去联系，太慢了。因为跟他们去做，他们是按波，这个波怎么说呢？就是这个月我给你5万块钱人民币。你帮我看着来，那么有一个弹性的一个区间，对，那网站好一点、大一点的，那可能要贵一点，对吧？比如说你给我5条或者10条我都行他也非常理解的，那种越大的网站是越能搞，对，所以按波付费。那么我们什么时候完成这一波，他什么时候开始下一波？那么我们为了多赚钱，对吧？你做一个 agency 多赚钱，那么肯定是说想办法，绝对要想办法去提高这个交付速度。我们可以在1年的这个12个月里面，我们可以得到更多的订单，对吧 ？OK， 所以我们叫让他就是我们团队会大概5个人他每天去做了什么？就是连续网上那些大众媒体，主要是中型媒体，大媒体是比较难的。 对，跟他们事先搞好关系build relationships， 然后就是由我们的写手来 pitch 来写他们这种他们达到他们发布标准的质量标准的文章，这个是另外一个重要的一点。我不是说我给你钱，你给我发布，你帮我写，那也不是。这个本身这个给他写的这个文章就可以达到他的这个 editorial criteria。他在这样的前提下，然后我们去做这个 warm up， 去做这个 relationship building 这个就是事先把它做好。那么事先把它做好以后搞定以后呢，我们就会把它加入到我们的这个link network， 是我们那种 link network， 对吧？当然有些网站会收取一定的发布费，对吧？那这个酌情考虑了。对，经过2年的一个积累，我们大概已经和世界上超过8000个网站有事先的关系，所以大概中大型的网站，主要是中型网站，大网站可能也就不超过100个，不会超过100个。涉及到各个地区，对，这个就是，而且这个不是到这里就结束了，我们会每个月我们要求我们这个5人团队每个月需要增加1到200个这样的好网站到我们这个列表里面，所以这个是我们的核心的一个数据库。我们需要有客户去做的时候，我们就从事先打好这个关系里面去把它发掉，就把它做掉，所以这个就会变得 scalable， 就会变得非常强大。OK， 所以事先运好的这种关系会让整个外力获取过程提速很多，所以我们也会适当采用这种策略。除了之前那种纯白的这样一种手段，我们还会用这样一种可以 scalable， 可以在短时间做比较多的适合多行业多niche的这样的一种手段去补充，对吧？这个也是我们第2年前面那些客户第2年看到比较大的一个成长的另外一个原因。对 ，OK。So， 就我们为他去做了一些，比如 CIO、福布斯、entrepreneur、CNBC 这些，我们都帮他搞定了。对，但是搞定这些网站其实并没有那么容易，其实也是一个很艰难的一个过程，因为我们并不付钱，并不给钱，所以这个就是公关了嘛，网络公关需要有一定的角度，也需要自己客户这边基础要好，网站体验也好，各方面其实要看得过去，对吧？我们也是花了很大的力气，对。现在如果有人找我们做，我们基本上也不接了，这个是特定历史时期的产物。我们觉得做这个对我们来讲并不划算 ，OK， 但是我们能做，我们做到了。第2点就是那些大的网站我们就算了，就是我们能做的更为大规模的这个东西，它只有一定有量 ，scalable 才是有意义的，对吧？所以像这样的网站不是那种行业 top tier， 对吧？这种中等的，大家可以看到，比如说如果我们按 Moz 的数据去看。DA 82，对吧 ？Alexa 5万多，这个挺好的，这个 in content links， 然后我们就说在这个软文当中去提到它，去介绍这个品牌，对吧 ？OK， 下一个，对吧？大家可以看到类似的例子，我们提到它，给它链接，然后软广告放在里面，会给客户带取一些直接的流量，直接的兴趣流量，但这个不多，而且对于订单的一个产生其实也没有那么好，这个是实话。它最重要的还是这个 SEO 价值的一个传递，对吧？这个也是大家可以看到，对吧？都是一些还可以媒体性质的，权重也非常 OK 的。然后由我们来负责来写这个软文软广告把它嵌进去 in content links， 不是 guest post， 没有 no footprint to for Google to detect。对，所以时间比较紧，所以我就快点啊。所以总结一下，我这2个案例可以对你的一个启发，就是外力获取，它是 SEO 工作里面最具挑战性的工作之一，但是同时也是对这个排名和流量规模最为重要的工作之一啊。电商网站的外力获取会更难一些，如果可以善用内容营销式的这个外力获取，刚才我已经给大家展示过了啊，会比较好，因为它会解决质量的问题，但是它可能无法解决很大程度上解决这个数量的问题，对吧？你可以做内容营销式的，然后把权重导到那个内容页面，再做内链，从这个内容页面的权重导到你的 commercial page， 对，这样来做一个中转，会让你这个自然的这个 outreach 工作会变得更简单，对。然后第3个是以高权重、高相关性的软性外链啊，软性外链就像我刚才说的。像乞讨，就是你相当于你在求这个外链，他给不给你是对方站长的一个心情的一个问题，所以我们就不喜欢去做这种把我们的这个网站成功、所有项目成功的希望都寄托于别人心情好、别人喜欢我们这个基础之上，我觉得这个是不是很好？所以我一直强调主观的东西，主观的结果第一，结果最重要， 手段不重要。OK， 当你这个软性外链去打底可以走得更远，然后你如果还有预算，可以从关系运营式去加速，对吧？当然你是可以需要去甄别哪些网站是好的，哪些网站是专业卖外链的，这种网站就是这个其实也是里面非常重要的一个点嘛。OK， 不能展开了啊。最后一点启发 ，Never stop link building。大家可以看到这个网站叫 Artsy.net， 它是一个卖艺术品的这样一个电商网站。大家可以看到它卖的还不便宜，3000刀、5000刀一个画啊，3000刀、5000刀一幅画。像这样一种网站，它的数据怎么样？大家可以看一下。哦，一样，87，对吧？Over 2 million organic traffic， 就实际上它可能是400，就4到5个 million， 就400到500万的实际的一个 SEO 的一个流量。像这样的网站，你知道它在干什么勾当吗？大家看，他发信给我 Khong is one of my sites, content site. Okay, they reach out to me, say, Ryan, can you add my link to your page? 就像这样一种网站，它还在主动的 proactively build links， 你还有什么资格不去做外链？外链很重要，这样的网站它都在做。OK， so that's all. Thank you.
SEO. One minute intro. Oh yeah, make sure everybody knows who is here. First round to introduce Mei Su, right?
Hello, okay.
Can you
Hi
hear us?
everyone. I'm Meng, I'm doing marketing at Ahrefs, and yeah, very happy to be here, and I'm so happy that a lot of speakers and to meet some of our Ahrefs customers like yourselves. Can I just have a quick show of hands? Who is using Ahrefs, whether is it paid or not paid? Can I have a show of hands? Awesome, thank you. Oh, I just wanted to share that Ahrefs, in case you don't know us, we provide SEO tools that can help you to grow your search traffic, dominate your niche, and research your competition. And also, we don't only do SEO tools, we create a lot of different resources on our blog and on YouTube channels. Everything you need to know for marketing and SEO online. So you can check out our blog and just train your English and so on. And we're also launching our Chinese blog. Yeah, so stay tuned to that. Thank you.
Hello.
Sorry, that was a bit long.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Bowen. I pretty much introduced myself just now already. So, part-time affiliate, end of this month will be full-time. Been into the SEO space for 3 over years. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jason. I work at Empire Flippers, the website that helped Bowen sell his website. If you have any questions about buying or selling websites, come to me.
大家好，我叫 Lebron， 我可能是在做中文最好的。刚才除了 John，anyway， 然后我主要是做这个英文的内容网站，然后我的团队我们团队应该今天都在现场，然后也是在深圳这边刚刚起步，然后现在主要是结合 SEO 做一些这个结合 SEO 和电商和 affiliate 相关的一些项目，对，谢谢。
我是 Zhang， 我这里就不介绍，把时间留给他们吧。
Yes, my name is Jason. As you can see above, I am an English instructor at Nanchang University, okay? I also am an affiliate marketer in my part-time, and still working on that, okay? So I'm going to open with a few questions for our panel. And the first question that I would like to put out is, which niches would you recommend for someone who is just getting started in affiliate marketing? What kinds of niches would you recommend? Go ahead. Yeah, I think you would.
Hello, nothing. Which niches? What kind of niches? This is very tough questions. Like right now, I think the highest paid niches are health, finance, yeah, and all these niches. but they are like hobby niches. They are not search volume. Their payout may not be as high. For me, I really don't know. I have to do my affiliate research. Usually my style is I need to look for successful website that I think I can model after. So I don't have a good answer for that.
I've seen the whole spectrum for sites that make money, from your money in your life sites to typical electronics reviews. Right now, the open field seems to be mostly into Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and marijuana, but personally I would not do that. But those are definitely open fields right now.
I would say just pick any niche that you are interested in. Doesn't matter whether the niche is very competitive or it's low-hanging fruit, because interest is number one, as I already said in my presentation thing. So for example, Luke and I are going to release our new blog. It's in the basketball niche because we both play basketball, and we posted the job ad on ProBlogger. More than 200 candidate applications submitted to our inbox. So we just select a few writers to work with. I would say interest is definitely number one, and then your strategy and the vision for the site is probably equally important. Yeah.
All right, very good. I'm going to move on to the next question, and that is, which affiliate marketing platforms do you like most? As most of us here are probably reliant on the Amazon Associates program, I would like to find out what kind of alternatives that we might want to examine or analyze for our own affiliate sites. So what other affiliate marketing platforms do you think people should investigate or look into?
Okay, so I think for beginners, Amazon affiliate probably is the best because they have so many products that you can review on. Whatever niche you can think of, they have it. But the problem with Amazon affiliate is that their commission is very low. It's only about 4% to 8%. And there's also some risk on Amazon end as well. You may get banned if you don't fulfill some of their terms and conditions. And sometimes you also don't know why they ban you. That's pretty ridiculous. And when you ask them for explanation, they usually give you a very standard reply. So for myself, I try to move outside of Amazon. I don't really use any other network outside of Amazon. Most of the time, I would need to do a Google search. Probably, let's say you are doing a niche on electric skateboard. So probably you can just Google electric skateboard affiliate program and you see what appears. Usually you can find some third-party seller or some e-commerce store where they have affiliate program. From there you can actually register. Usually this way the commission is way higher. I think you can get over 10%, 20% commission. It's all possible. And the last thing I want to add is, I don't have any experience on this, but based on what I saw from my friends is, some of the after you manage to grow the site to a certain size, you can actually bargain with the manufacturer as well, ask for higher commission. At least those are possible.
I would concur with what you're saying. I mean, I've seen other platforms out there besides Amazon Associates. Commission Junction is very popular. Share sales are very high payout, 30%. But once you hit a certain level and you start making like 10, 20K a month, usually at that point you're already working directly with the #1 companies in the space to have a special agreement with them. And in those you can negotiate quite well commission rates.
我觉得这个就 depends on which niche you are in. It's like 就比如说如果你是做软件的，最近一个很火的一个 case study 是那个 Authority Hacker 写的，就是他们是做 VPN 软件的，然后呢，他们在这个很垂直领域里面，他们自己行业 network 本来可能是比如说10%左右，但是当你到了一定量之后，这个具体的这个 commission rate 是完全可以谈的。比如说，当然根据不同的 niche， 它的这个幅度会完全不一样。所以我们觉得就是最好的方法就是根据你的 niche 去 Google 搜，然后看一下 Top 10里面，就是他们链接到哪里的 affiliate 网红的这个链接最多。OK， 就去尝试链接，就尝试 reach out 一下，然后看能不能谈到适合你的这个 offer。对。
So my favorite affiliate platform is Impact. It used to be called Impact Radius. So it's the usability, the list of products are all related to software and services that you manage. But if a product that I'm trying to promote, they have their own in-house affiliate program, which means they don't rely on affiliate programs, third-party ones, because they can build their own, so they don't have to pay extra 5 or 10% to the platform. So the one that I know that very famous is ExpressVPN. I know many of you are using this product. They have an in-house affiliate program that is just built by their software engineers. It also was joined if you're in this market. As for negotiation, so it's possible for you to increase the commission depending on your relationship with the vendor. So last year, the main reason why I visited Ukraine is because there's some software companies who are my partners. So I showed up there, I visited their office, and then they increased my affiliate commission pretty much instantly without me doing any negotiation. You already show my sincerity. Yeah, that's it.
All right, and another platform that I feel might be worth some investigation is Max Bounty, if none of you have heard of it before. Max Bounty. The reason why I feel that you should look into it is that there are some opportunities available on that site that aren't available in other places. And it might give you some ideas if you are still looking for some niches. You could build an affiliate site around the different kinds of offers that are available, that are always changing, but you can find some new kinds of things that maybe you hadn't considered before.
Just want to mention that Khong. Sorry, I forgot the name. But anyway, 我还想补充一点，就是关于赵刚才说的这个 in-house 的这个问题，就是有很多的这种网红，他们确实是没有公开的去很大力的推广自己的 affiliate network， 所以这里面有一个很好的方式呢，就是你先把这个站做起来，等有了刚开始的时候，可以像我们说的那样，就是通过 Amazon affiliate， 因为它所有产品都可以推，然后当你有一定量级以后，主动联系到它，即使它没有这个 affiliate network， 它也可以给你negotiate， 就像刚才这样说的，就是我们觉得，就是我们所有试的这些里面，其实能真正给你最大优惠、最大好处的，还是这些单独能开通这个 affiliate 的这种，而并不是这些网红可以找到的这些 offer。对。
Very good. The next question I have is going to be for Meng, like to involve her again, and this is about Ahrefs. The question is, what features on Ahrefs do you feel people often overlook that maybe they shouldn't?
Okay. First things first, some people pronounce Ahrefs as Ahrefs, Rs. Yeah, I've heard a couple of different pronunciations from the floor previously. So the official pronunciation is Ahrefs. 就是 H, the letter H and refs. Yeah, just a FYI. Okay, so back to the question. Yeah, little known tools. Okay, so I've spoken to quite a few customers, and I guess some of you might know, but it's good to bring it out again. For example, we have the content gap analysis, which basically tells you what keywords your competitors are ranking for, but you do not. Okay, this one is a fairly well-known one, but there is one more tool which is less well-known, but it's very, very powerful. It works the same way as the content gap analysis, and that is called the link intercept. So basically, you key in your competitors and your website, and you can see immediately what backlinks they get and you don't. So this is a highly powerful tool, which gives you a low-hanging fruit. Yeah. So, and the other tool is a lot of people use Site Explorer, right? But we also relaunched our Content Explorer, which basically gives you like more than 1 billion web pages, and it's filtered. You can filter it via organic traffic, number of referring domains, domain rating, and you can see whether they have published or republished, how many times they've published their blog posts, to get a sense of how often they publish it, and you can correlate whether they have organic traffic from there. And from there, you can get some useful content opportunities. And you can also see if there's any outdated content that has a ton of backlinks. This is also another low-hanging fruit. So I would say Content Explorer is, as the other two, that is little known, but it's very, very powerful. So I would encourage those of you who want to find out to check it out.
All right. This is a question for the panel, and any of you here can answer it. Now that you've seen a little bit of success in digital marketing, would you prefer now to start a site from scratch, to start a new site, or to buy a site that already has some history from the marketplace?
This one, what do you think? I've considered buying a website, but I think the risk for me right now is a little bit high, because websites right now are selling at high multiple, which is the time that you should sell the website rather than buy the website. So I think the best time to buy a website for me is when there's a big financial crisis. So for now, I would prefer to start a new site, unless I really see some severely undervalued sites that I'm confident that I can grow it. If not, I will probably start a new site.
I think it depends on your situation. If you already have some experience like Bowen in starting your own site, but you want to scale and you want to build a portfolio, then it's faster to buy an existing site that's already making money, for example, off a brokerage like Empire Brokers or some of our competitors, to scale that up than it is to start from scratch. But if you aren't familiar with it, you don't want to buy what you aren't familiar with.
I think it depends on your level and the budget. So for newbies or beginners, I would highly recommend you start from scratch because it's a learning process for you. And for experienced marketers like many of us sitting here, I think it makes more financial sense to buy a website, not taking the time and the effort to start from scratch. I remember last year in Chiang Mai SEO conference, the organizer, Matt Dickey, shared a case study. He bought a brand new, he bought an old site. At that time, that site was making $2,000 per month, 2,000美金一个月. Within 2 years, I think he took that site, the revenue from $2,000 per month to 20,000, 就从2000美金每个月到2万美金不到2年. And then the amazing part is, after 2 years, he sold the website again. So and then he made the 就是中间的差价，所以你明白我意思就行了。
Okay, that's the next question. What kind of tips would you give a beginner for building quality backlinks to their site?
Hey, do you want to start first? I think I replied it. Someone else want to start first?
Backlinks?
Did you say buy or build?
Build backlinks. Yeah, not
okay.
buy.
Okay. 我 number one tip 就不要去 Black Hat World 这种网站上面去买，无论它的这个 sales copy 写多么的 fancy， 都 never buy from Black Hat World, right? And 至于如果你自己建的话，就是我觉得还是看你的策略和对风险的承受能力。比如说拿我自己来说，我们现在会就是刚才 Brian 那个曾亮讲的这个白帽的这些外链也是我们主要的策略。然后但是我们会把这个跟自己建的 PPN 就是相结合，可能会有一个比例吧。但是对于新的网站来说，考虑到速度和它的 power，效率、时间成本来讲的话，前期其实我们还是蛮推荐去尝试使用一下 PPN 的一些玩法。我不知道当讲不当讲，3位意见讲完。
I would highly recommend you stay away from black hat SEO techniques, especially if you are new to the industry. It's very important to get the mindset, get the first few steps right. I think it's more like using English is 会把你带坏. So I recommend you start from white hat outreach because this is it will not only bring you good and and the reliable backlinks that will stay your site away from any Google penalties. And then besides that, I think the confidence you get from outreaching would be enormous. For example, if you ask the campus weight is the website owner who didn't know you and they gave you a backlink, that would make your day, make my day, I would say. So I feel more confident doing this and make sure I'm creating more value, because we are all people-connected communities. People give you backlink because you did something great. It's not because of the way you approach it, it's because of the content of your site. As long as you believe the value of the content, you're doing the right thing, you don't have to worry about any Google penalties.
I wanted to add on. So at Ahrefs, we don't do any black hat tactics at all, so I don't recommend. So how we built our Ahrefs blog to get from 20,000 traffic monthly to 200,000 traffic monthly is basically we just put out quality content, and we also do a lot of outreach. And how we do outreach is we give people a reason, a good enough reason to want to link to us, meaning our content is a good enough reason for that. So yeah, I would say to start with quality content above all else. Before you even think of outreaching, invest in quality content.
Okay. To add up on that, I'm not against the black hat stuff. It's just that you need to understand the risk associated with black hat building techniques.
Yeah, I agree what they said. I think in general, black hat contain risk. So for me, it's that I really have to assess the project, whether it's a short term or long term. If it's a project that I only want to build for 1-2 years, or maybe less than 1 year, then I think black hat is great. But if you want to go for really long term big businesses and all that, then definitely have to be white hat. However, there is still one middle ground. You can go from black hat and then change the link to become, you can go from black hat and change the link to become white hat. So I've not tried that before. I've seen somebody does that and have some successes. I think that's all.
Right, I would have 2 tips for link building that I would pass on. And the first one is to create informational content that might help seniors, children, or handicapped people. And the reason why is because when people see this kind of content, it warms their hearts, and secondarily, why not link to something like that, okay? Because there's some compassion there. The second tip that I would provide would be to look at what's happening in popular culture. For example, for a while there, Game of Thrones was very popular, right? That show, the television show, is very popular, and it's very fresh in people's minds. So if you can make a piece of bridge content that connects your niche to Game of Thrones or another popular TV show, it might be entertaining enough that people in your industry will want to link to it. So that's my second tip that I would have on that topic. Moving on to the next question, I'd like to start talking shop. What are some of your favorite tools that you like to use, apart from engagement?
Definitely Ahrefs.
I did not take it.
Yeah, based on my experience, they have the biggest database for backlinks. I've tried other tools before, especially for website that has like Singapore search term. Most of the backlinking tools, they just don't give you any results. I think the database is really small. And Ahrefs is one of the tools that show me all the different search terms. In terms of backlink tracking, I think Ahrefs also win, and keyword research, Ahrefs also the best. That's based on my experience. Other than Ahrefs, I think there's another one called Program Tracker, which is what I use to track my keywords ranking. Because sometimes you need to track my control over keywords. That one I use, I think it's called, I can't remember the exact name, I think it's called Program Tracker or something. And I think there's any other tools. I think that's all.
The only other tool besides Ahrefs that we use quite a lot in Empire Fuckers when we're checking out websites and evaluating them to make sure that they're white hat is CopyScape. I think it's pretty standard among online writing. It's just if a writer writes something, put the CopyScape so you know that it's original content.
我个人最常用的也是 Ahrefs 或者叫 Ahrefs right。对，以前我还会用 SEO Brush， 但是就是经过一些分析，真的感觉就是 Ahrefs 它的 在外链的这个数据库啊，然后更新的频率这些比 SEMrush 和其他的一些竞争对手要好太多。然后除了这个之外，关键词追踪，我们喜欢用的是一家叫做 AccuRanker， 对 AccuRank，然后对刚才 Jason 说的这个 Scale， 还有另外一个推荐一个是检查语法，就是帮助写作相关的，叫 Grammarly， 也是一家非常popular 的一个，对。
For me, besides Ahrefs, my favorite SEO tool is Google Search Console. It used to be called Google Webmaster Tools. It's much more powerful than you think, than probably majority of the thought, because it can also be used as SEO purposes. Because we like this is because we can evaluate the performance of our articles through Google without relying on any third-party tool, because the data from there is inaccurate. Even Ahrefs, especially keyword research volume, sometimes it can go a little bit way off, but I know you guys are trying to fix it. And then speaking of keyword research tool, I also use Keywords Everywhere. It's a free plugin that you can use and download from Google Chrome. Yeah, back to Search Console. What we usually do is evaluate the old article and see how many impressions. For those ranking in the first page, you can see the impressions, click-through rate, and then clicks. From this, you can see whether you are targeting the right key or whether you should target long tail instead of the short tail. And a lot of idea data that you can get from Google. So, yeah.
另外想补充两个，就是一个是关于 on-page 优化的，叫 Surfer， 对，就是一个还有一个叫 OPO， 这两个就是做一些站内的优化，特别推荐。然后另外对于电商网站，特别是页面比较多的，比如说超过1000个网页以上的，推荐两个这个 crawler 的工具，一个叫Script Frog， 惊悚青蛙，对，然后另外一个叫 Sitebulb， 这两个就比较适合这种 technical 就站内的一些优化，对。
Okay, then I have a couple tools. We have website auditor for TD-IDF research. Okay, if you don't know what TD-IDF is, it's a kind of algorithm. And the second tool that I would recommend is definitely Page Optimizer Pro, or POP, because not only is it affordable, but if you follow the instructions correctly, pages that didn't move before will definitely start moving in the ranks. I'm going to move on to the next question this time, which is how do you insert affiliate links into your site?
For affiliate site, I think it's quite standard. The first part is the table. Usually, for my site, I can't speak for others. For my site, usually there's 5 products that I review. So there's a table. So like best number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. There's one place I insert affiliate link. The other part is when I review individual item. So number 1, product A. So after I review, there's a call to action. Learn more, that kind of thing. Then you click learn more, you go to Amazon. Maybe these 2 areas, probably like ending, the closing, the conclusion part, there may be a chance where you can insert affiliate link as well.
In terms of affiliate sites, we see quite a lot of affiliate sites, especially Amazon affiliate at Empire Flippers. And so it's typical to see a standard table with this number of stars, this is the price, and pros and cons. But what I've done and sort of noticed that distinguishes sites that earn above $5,000 a month from affiliate, and sometimes just through Amazon Associates, is typically the posts are at least 2,000 words, and you would go and visit that site in that post because it's useful. Not even because it recommends product, but because it talks about why you should even consider considering certain features important, why is this product important, and then even after it recommends the products, it also goes into like conclusion, how to maintain it, a lot of useful things educationally that they mix in with the product. That's what really distinguishes websites that are just hit a ceiling of maybe 2,000 or 3,000, and those that manage to go above that to $5,000, $10,000 a month.
我们是比较倾向于就是完全手动去建立，然后唯一的一个 tip 呢，就是无论你是手动还是用 plugin 去实现，就是一定要把它no follow， 就是刚才 Brian 不是那个Zeng老师一开始讲的那个 no follow 的标签，一定要把这个加上。
For me, I use two plugins for affiliate links. One is Amazon links. I use one link that is built by Amazon itself. So I don't like using any third-party tools to mock the affiliate links because you are risking your account being banned by Amazon because Amazon doesn't like you to disguise the links. So it's best to use their own tool. And for other third-party affiliate links, for example, I just mentioned ExpressVPN. I would use a plugin called Thirsty Affiliate. So basically what it does is change the URL of this affiliate link. So your affiliate link is expressvpn.com/ blah 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 question mark and long list of code. And you can use assist the affiliate to make it something like yoursite.com/go or recommend/expressvpn/. And then once you insert these to your website, it only takes maybe 3 seconds to update it once for all. So especially this is especially useful when vendors change their affiliate links, change their affiliate platforms. So you save time updating the affiliate links. And then besides that, you can also choose to let the affiliate links open in a new window without adding an extra code. Like it's rel equal to quotes, new window, something like that, or just target blank. So it's easy and it's free.
All right, this will be a question for either Lebron or Zhang. How do you go about negotiating your affiliate commissions with merchants?
How do I negotiate? I barely negotiate. 我很少去跟他们 negotiate 这种 affiliate commission， 真的。Most of the time, I don't know if you heard about the 20/80 principle. Most of the income, revenue actually comes from this 20% articles and 20% of product. All you have to make sure is 20% of your product, the product you recommend, you promote, make sure you are in a good affiliate commission. For example, I'm affiliate of some Ukrainian software companies, and then majority of my income comes from them. So I paid a visit to Ukraine last year, and then had a lunch with the affiliate manager, and I even met the CMO, and then they increased the affiliate commission for me. But I didn't ask. They know the value of this trip. I spent I don't know, a few thousand $US on the trip, back and forth, but they increased the commission from 50 to 65% without me doing anything. So that's a couple of thousand $US per month increase. The second part, I think you should focus more on generating leads and sales to the vendor without just, hey, you haven't do anything, promoted anything, you are negotiating the sale. That's kind of, the affiliate managers don't like this. They only care about the affiliate who can bring them real clicks, real sales, and with good ROI. So I would recommend you start focusing more on your content. Make sure you have enough traffic that converts to the vendors, and then it's just a matter of time for you to negotiate, or you don't have to let them negotiate with you. Sometimes they just give you some free promotion code exclusive to your audience. That is, I would say, sometimes more powerful than increasing the affiliate commissions.
Next one. This could be for anyone here. What are some of the worst SEO mistakes you've ever made? Worst SEO mistakes or mistakes in the internet business that you can think of?
那我先来好了。我觉得在就是所有的 SEO 经历里面，我最大的一个 mistake 就是在2017年的时候，就是我先简单介绍一下这个背景。当时我在一家快递电商公司里兼职做这个 SEO 的内容站， 然后网站的流量到了就是每月到了100多万以后，然后后来自己出来，就是自己全职做 SEO 这块。然后到了2017年年底的时候，有一家美国的一家健康类的公司，他们报价这个网站上直接全部收购，当时报的是1.3 million 美金，然后给拒绝了，就当时脑袋不知道抽什么风，可能觉得自己可能会玩得更好，然后就给拒绝了。然后呢，后来当然中间经历过一些事情，后来因为我们主要是主站有2个，后来就把这2个站全交给一个老外的一个 agency， 一个专业的团队去做。但是呢，最后发生了一个意想不到的事情，就是这2个网站同样的 niche， 同样的做法，同样的不管是内容啊、外链啊这些都很像。但是最近的算法更新了以后，就是一个站跌了80%多的流量。就比最高点的时候，就是我刚才说的那个站，就是现在可能价值只是原来的1/10的样子，对。但是同样的做法呢，另外一个站就最近的更新以后涨了50%到60%的流量，所以就是我自己也觉得很神奇，就是 SEO 很多时候就是你并不是能100%的去掌握所有的这些，所以更多的就是对我来说，我认识到最大的一个收获就是把它看作一个概率游戏，然后不停的优化去我们的各个 SEO 的各个环节，站内、内容、外链，然后通过优化这些环节去提高就是我们 SEO 流量获取的这个概率，而一定不能 all in 在某一个 SEO 的一个项目上。对，这就是我最大的一个失败的一个教训或者收获吧。对。
I'll share Ahrefs, one of the biggest mistakes so far we've made in SEO. So we have a landing page. It's ahrefs.com/backlink checker, and we had that landing page for a while, maybe close to 2 years, and it wasn't ranking very well. Maybe like page 2 or maybe the lower part of page 1 for a very long time. And we realized ultimately it's because we did not meet our searcher's intent. Searcher's intent is number 1 in terms of serving the right answers to your users' query. So we realized from our own tool, from Ahrefs, that the top 10 results are what people want to see from, for example, this backlink checker keyword. They want to see a free keyword tool. They want to see a free backlink checker tool. They don't want a landing page that talks about why a backlink checker is good or what are the benefits of using it. They just want to look for a free backlink checker tool. So once we find that out, we went to create a free version of our backlink checker tool, and then we amended the landing page. And immediately after we did that, the organic traffic went up by quite a bit. So that was the biggest mistake, because we've been teaching about search intent, but then we didn't practice for one of our landing pages. Yeah, this one.
I wanted to say bad things, but thinking back, I think after all I knew the risk, so I decided to go ahead, so I don't call that a mistake. But if I were to point out one mistake, it would probably be low quality content. I think low quality content is quite hard to fix, because when you build a website, you don't just publish one content. And if your standard is low, the low quality content can scale as well. You can publish like 30, 50 low quality content. And by the time when you get to trouble with low quality penalty, it's very difficult to fix. Almost like none of the content can make it, so you probably have to rewrite some of this content. This didn't happen to my own website, but happened to my company website, because I really spent like a few months fixing the low quality content part. I think that's all.
The biggest mistake I made, and I'm still making it, and it's not related to SEO, it's about analytics. So there's a famous saying called what gets measured gets improved. But a lot of us, including me, I don't realize the importance of this sentence. So all we care about is traffic, clicks, but we better care about the conversion rates. So yeah, that's basically, if you want, because our goal is to maximize the profit, a whole lot of things we can do to increase the outcome. There's a marketing funnel, so start from the up to the bottom. So the conversion that sits on the bottom. Sometimes if you can increase the conversion rate by 200%, it takes far more less time to get 2x traffic, and then the profit it brings to you could be enormous. So start from now, I would recommend, I would also urge myself to start get the data, connecting data, set up some analytics tools, see which products are converting, which traffic are converting, which topics are converting, and do more what works. If this topic is working, do more of it until you exhaust it. And then less is more, focus your energy and team resources on something that is tested and working. I think it makes more sense on this. I don't know if you agree or not.
I'm going to share one of my mistakes. When I was building content for my website, I had a guide, and I thought that the content was very, very useful to people. And so I thought that it would rank, especially after I built links to this page, but it wouldn't rank at all. It wouldn't move, right? So I went onto Google and I found what was ranking highest for this particular target search term, and I made the article look more like the things that were ranking, and then it started moving. So that's my tip. If you have an article that won't move, make it look a little bit more like the things that are already ranking the highest. And the next question for the panel is, how do you see the future of affiliate marketing? More promising or less promising?
Definitely more promising. I want to have quit my job. Going to quit my job this month. So yeah, I think it's more promising than ever. Because come to think about it, there's only two ways you can make money online, roughly speaking. One is display network, advertisement, video, display ads. The other way is affiliate links. I can't think of any other ways. If you talk about Facebook, Facebook also make money from display ads, right? How about some of the finance website, online brokerage? Some of the websites where they write about stock investing, they also make money through lead generation. They generate leads for the tools company. So that is also affiliate marketing to me.
I think there are always new niches out there that people are discovering or the industry is growing. There is the long tail. I've noticed more and more niche sites come up on the marketplace. As well as, of course, things that if the laws change, then become legal to do. There definitely, though, is a consolidation in the market where people are buying up new sites for portfolio investment. And of course, as was mentioned before, New York Times and some of the big media outlets, Cosmopolitan, other media news outlets in the States, they recognize that their business model of doing a paywall and charging readers to go to their website isn't working. So they should use their domain authority to link out to affiliates. So if you start a good site, you can have a good sellout too.
我个人也是非常乐观的一个态度。主要有两个原因吧。第一个就是尽管 SEO 的竞争程度，就是所有的关键词其实都很明显，就是它的竞争度越来越高的。但是我觉得这个竞争度的这个上涨，比如说它是从50分涨到了80分，但是这些 niche 这些关键词的它的盈利能力是可以从50分涨到了，比如说90分甚至95分，就是从 ROI 的角度来讲是一定值得去做的。然后另外一个affiliate SEO 的机会呢，就是横向来说我们可以去扩展更多的一个国家。因为大多数玩 SEO 的玩家，就是包括我们，其实也都是只是做英语的这个 affiliate SEO 而已。但是很多这个，比如说欧洲一些小语种，比如说德国、法国等等这些国家，他们的这个就是用户的价值跟美国的就是英语流量是一样的，或者是相似的，但是它的竞争度是要远远的低于这个英文的这个 SEO 的，对，所以就是综合这两点的话，我觉得是一个非常有趣的一个行业，对。
I I also see promising. Also, like Lebron says, two reasons. The first is more broad because the online purchasing behavior is already here, and I see in the future younger generation they will spend more time online, purchasing online. The habit is already there. When they are online, it's easy to track. So when the tracking code technology is there, it just takes a little effort for you to track. Oh, this sales belongs to me. This sales belongs to that person. This is the first reason. The second reason is speaking from the vendor's point of view. If I have a product and I want to sell to Africa, I don't know the language there. It makes more sense for me to develop a affiliate or partnership over there. That's the local person do the marketing, and then I'm happy to share, depending on the product, maybe 20% affiliate commission to them without me take the time and the money to hire a team and then go there, and they made a lot of mistakes, and to me it's low risky.
Anything else? Okay. Just to wrap up, what are some top 3 tips for a new SEO who wants to get into affiliate marketing? Top 3 tips that you can think of off the top of your head.
Do proper keyword research to know what the ranking potential, the traffic potential, and ultimately know your business potential or the thing that you want to rank. And that's my little tip.
Let me try 3 tips. The first one is trying to read a lot. I think it's very important to get yourself updated on all the SEO stuff. Reading is definitely one of them. The second method is listening to podcasts. I think there's a lot of amazing podcasts out there that teach about SEO. So that's tip number 1. Tip number 2, I think I agree with Meng. Keyword research is super important. And another part is, I think you shouldn't sell your website unless you have done your keywords well, and you are also plan what you intend to build, what kind of links you intend to build. So I would encourage people to start a website first, but make sure you have a proper plan in place, the keywords list, what is the link building strategy you're going to go ahead before you actually launch your website. In fact, launching your website I think is not super important at the start. That's number 2. I can't think of the one.
I don't have 3 tips, I just have 1, and I would say finding your community. Finding a community that can support you through your journey, because it'll be very frustrating starting off, because it takes a while to rank, it takes a while to get feedback. And so being surrounded by the right people who may be a little ahead of you to work with, that's very important.
Yeah, I have one more. Okay. So the last one would be, I think it's important to find your strength, what you are good at. For myself, I'm not very good at English, I'm not very good at writing content, so this is not the things that I should focus on. Instead, I focus on hiring good quality writers. I think that is a better approach. Then know your weakness well as well. Like for example, I've tried my hands on some SEO agency for a period, it doesn't work out for me. Because I'm an introvert, I'm not an extrovert, I can't really sell very well. So if I just put on all my hard work on selling SEO, then probably it will work out as well. So yeah, find your strength, know your strength and weakness.
Okay, I have quite a few, just quickly. First of all, don't quit your job like Bowen just did. Because I think he underestimated the things, and especially more about the mentor that you need to put into make a site working, especially you're not following the 9-to-5 routines. You have been used to that for a couple of years. It requires a lot of self-discipline and productivity management to be a location-independent entrepreneur. The second is start from small. Do not set the goal to be too high. Set it small. Start from small. Do the one thing or 2 things really well. For example, you just write 1 piece of content, make it really well. It could take you, I still remember quite a few years ago, it took me a week to write a 7,000 words article. It took me a week, 50 hours. But I think it's worth it. Then I use this Power Page, we call it Power Page, to outreach for link building. And I got, I think it's around 50 backlinks from 50 different domains. That is, I think that gives me the initial power for SEO power to my website, and I also learned a lot from this single try. Other than that, do more what works as a said this again and again. If a topic, backlink technique is really working, invest more resources on this until exhausted. Yeah, other than that, I cannot think of right now.
That's good because we start to open the floor for questions. So I'd like to take some questions for you all for our panel. Does anyone have anything they'd like to ask before we get out of here today? Raise your hand if you do. Any questions? Okay.
Hello. I have a question. Sorry for my poor English. I have a question about the blogger and it's about the video SEO. For example, my product is watch and I write on blog about 7 steps to learn how to choose the watch, such for example, a topic. And I made this topic into video. Is there any help for this blog? I will upload this video on YouTube or Vimeo or Reddit forums. I want to make the blogger biggest advantage. Simple is video SEO is any helpful for the blogger. Do I speak? Okay?
I think I get your question. Does it help with SEO if you make a video and then embed into your blog post and distribute it into video uploading platforms like YouTube, Vimeo, something like that, right? Does it help with your SEO? Is that your question? Yes. Okay. So video, in my opinion, does not necessarily improve your rankings, but it will help. If it's relevant to the blog post you write, it will help the users stay longer on this page, which is a good signal for Google. They usually connect the click data. You spend longer in the page. That's good, probably good quality to Google. That will help with your rankings indirectly, but that's not because of the videos you made. Secondly, as to distribute videos to platforms like Vimeo or YouTube, that's a whole new different topic because you have to understand how to optimize the title of your video and the description, and then you have to promote your video to get a lot of views, likes, and the comments. But that is not related to Google SEO, that's YouTube SEO and Vimeo SEO. I think there are a lot of good articles online for you to read about this topic.
We have an article on Ahrefs blog on how to do YouTube SEO, so you can check that out. Okay? 我们这个Ahrefs 的博客上面有放那个怎么优化 YouTube 的那个，对，你可以去搜一搜。
Okay, and that's time. We're done for the day. So I would like to take a moment to thank you all for coming today, and I hope that you found all of the information shared today useful. We might be sticking around a little bit to answer any more questions if you have them, and I hope that you have a great day, and bye-bye.